For that matter, we're going to start with the lightening of lamp. I would be requesting everybody on the dais to kindly move forward for lightening the lamp so that we can start this day. Also, let me please invite Colonel Manik Anand, PO Aerospace Systems, Ministry of Defense. Can we all put our hands together for him? Can we have Lieutenant General Anil Kapoor, former DG, and DG Electronics and Mechanical Engineering, Indian Army? Can we all put our hands together for everyone, ladies and gentlemen? Now we are moving forward for lightening of lamp so that we can give a formal start to this wonderful day with the grace of Almighty. It is also our legacy to welcome the guest. So I would be requesting Dr. Rakesh Verma to kindly welcome the people, the guests which are there on the dais. Can we have a flower bouquet for the welcoming? We'll be starting with Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya. Can we have you here, sir? We are very glad to have you here with us. Can we all put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen? We would also love to welcome Dr. Ajay Kumar. Can we have a bouquet for him as well? Thank you. All right, so now is the time for which we all were waiting for so long. Yes, now the inaugural session is on our procedure, which will put some lights on reimaging digital foundation for Atmanirbhar defense sector. For opening remarks, we're going to have Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya, President, Center for Digital Economy Policy Research. We're going to have, for keynote address, Dr. Ajay Kumar, IAS, former Defense Secretary, Government of India. And for the vote of thanks, we would be having Dr. Rakesh Verma, IAS, Chief Experience Officer, Tech Observer Magazine. Now, getting over to the people on dais. So, we'll be starting with opening remarks by Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya. You have the mic? You can come here.
Thank you, and very good morning to all of you. And it's my absolute privilege to share the dais with Dr. Ajay Kumar, who's been not only a mentor and a guide for over 15 years, but also a close friend. So it's absolute pleasure to be here with him and with all of you. We are here today to delve into the issues of Atmanirbhar defense. And I think the reason why we start talking about Atmanirbhar is because at some point in time, we were not, absolutely not Atmanirbhar. When we got freedom in 1947, the famous saying was that not even a pin was being manufactured in India. It was all being manufactured by our colonial masters. And so I think it's right for us to also, therefore, take some lessons from our erstwhile colonial masters. Our erstwhile colonial masters realized that their shipping industry in doldrums because of the larger, superior ships coming from India. They realized that they will not be able to compete because the total life cycle cost of ships built in India was much lower. They were much tougher. They lasted for long. They could carry much more cargo. And therefore, there was no reason for the British ship industry to even exist. So, what did the shipwrights do? For about 5 to 7 years, they lobbied with the then King of Britain. And they said, "Sir, Your Excellency, if you do not save us now, and your Royal Navy needs repairs and needs more ships, you will not find us around because we would have starved to death by that time. Our families would have been gone. Your industry would have been gone. You will have to then get ships from India and you have to have Indians to support you. And if they decide not to support your Royal Navy, you are royally messed up in that sense." And so, if you go into the archives of British Parliament, which is all available online, you can go search, find out. 1815, they passed a law that all Indian ships carrying cargo of less than 300 tons are banned. No questions asked, banned. And any other ship, even if it's under the British flag, will carry extra taxes because it's an Indian ship that is bringing the goods in. So that was the first Atmanirbhar step of Britain, right? And we must learn from that. They were not Atmanirbhar before that. They did not have access to technology. The most superior ships were being built here. They figured out a mechanism by which they owned the latest generation of ships. How did they do that? They made the superior technology not accessible. And why did they choose 300 tons? Because they did not have the ability to build ships above 300 tons. So they chose the 300 tons as the cutover, and any ship below 300 tons cannot be made in India. A year later, they came out with another debilitating legislation saying that no Indian ship can participate in the transatlantic route. And why was the transatlantic route so critical? Because the British ships were going to West Africa, picking up slaves, taking them to America, dumping the slaves, picking up gold, going to Britain, dumping the gold, which was then used to do trade in India. The reason gold was important was they had to buy stuff from India. And then they would go back to Africa, pick up slaves, and that was the most lucrative industry going on. It's equivalent to the dot-com boom of now, of today's world. That was the thing. Everybody who could get into business would get into the slave business in those days. And the Indian ships were best suited for that. And the British decided that their ships should get a part of that business, and therefore they banned Indian ships in that entire shipping opportunity that was there. Driven by the fear of the King of England that he needs Atmanirbhar technology for his Royal Navy. And so he listened to what the shipwrights said. Shipwrights is the shipbuilding industry in Britain. And that brings us three very clear learnings for us. First is that the military industrial nexus is extremely important, something that we all know, but I'm repeating what we all know coming from the learnings. And we all know, therefore, that the military is as strong as the industry is. But the sub-learning in this context is that the industry also becomes stronger if the military is strong. There would have been no shipbuilding industry in Britain if the military of Britain did not decide to support their navy and therefore support an Atmanirbhar navy. And so it goes both ways. You need to have a strong military for a strong industry for a strong military, but you also need a strong military for a strong industry. Industry cannot stand on its own without the military being there. And there's a third leg to this conversation, which is the regulatory interventions. There was a regulatory intervention by which the Parliament, the British Parliament, came out with the laws. There were regulatory interventions in India in the last 7 to 8 years, which ensured that the private sector could get a larger slice of the military opportunities that we have here. There was a regulatory intervention to make sure that we have an Atmanirbhar Indian defense industry. And therefore, it's not just the private sector, but also everybody else, from startups to former military personnel. We had the vice chief of the Indian Air Force going and setting up JSR Dynamics, one of the most cutting edge missile platforms, competing with the Delalias and the other Israeli platforms. We had young kids coming out and creating defense solutions. We had established defense conglomerates, the Tatas, Baba Kalyani, Mahindras, everybody pitching in, facilitated by the regulatory changes that came in. And that's an important component of that. And that was the first part of the learning that came out from this whole Atmanirbhar shipping initiative of Britain. The second key learning is that technology is not what you write in the books. Once the shipbuilders in Surat and Bengal were stopped from exporting their ships to Britain and therefore to everywhere else because they controlled the trade, the know-how existed. The know-how to build ships existed. But that did not mean they had the technology. Technology is driven by market access. You cut out market access, you cut out technology. And therefore, you can't even build the next generation of technologies. And I'll come to that as a third learning. So the key issue was that India continued to be a market to others, and therefore sustaining technologies, capabilities, and companies in the Western Hemisphere would continuously give you an upgraded technology every single year, which, and I would defer to the former Defense Secretary, which was upgraded but still degraded in context of the state of the art. Because nobody would send you the latest state of the art technology, unlike in the commercial world where the export technology is the cutting edge. In military, will be degraded. Obviously, you don't want somebody else to have a better piece of equipment than what you yourself have. And that's the challenge that you have when we are talking about military technologies. The military technology needs to be supported by a market access. We were one of the largest market. We continue to be the largest market, but we were not a market to Indian players. We were a large defense market open to other players. And unless we have the market available to Indian players, we will not have the technology. And that brings us to the third learning. Why is technology important? When the shipping industry moved from wooden ships to steel ships, were Indian players involved? Were the players in Surat and Bengal involved? No, obviously not, because they were completely out of the picture. Unless you have the current generation of technology, you cannot have the next generation of technology. And as we all know, as we breathe on a daily basis, the technology is changing at an even faster pace every day. We have swarm-based drones coming in. Unfortunately, because of the display that we saw during Republic Day, we are pretty assured that India has the technology, the swarm-based technology. But if the swarms have to be launched from an aircraft, do we have the ability to modify those aircrafts and put those swarms in, or do we have to get those type certifications from somewhere else, which will take 5 years or 7 years or whatever sweet time they decide to provide those type certifications? We have the triad of nuclear defense. We have land-based, air-based, submarine-based. But if tomorrow, if there is weaponization of space and we need to have a loitering munition up there in space, which can be brought down as and when we want and as and where we want, it may be not accepted in a national manner. But if that's something we want, then clearly we need access to space technology, we need access to launch technology. Unfortunately, India has that, right? And therefore, the point is, if you do not have access to the current technology, you'll always be behind in terms of the cutting edge technology and the bleeding edge technology. Now, it sounds a little funny that I'm using the words cutting edge and bleeding edge in the military context, but I'm talking about it from a purely rhetorical perspective, that they should be the latest technologies, without which we will not be able to create the next generation of technologies. If we want to mix cyber with space, with a hypersonic missile, which will then sniff out where it needs to reach, we need to have control over all of those technologies to be able to create the next platform of technologies. And therefore, it is critical that we have policies and we have the industrial capability to be able to reach the state of the art as of now and therefore build the next generation of technologies which India needs and Indian terrain needs. Having said that, I think we should all celebrate today as we stand here or sit here, as the case may be, because we have in the last 8 years become a major exporter of defense solutions. Uh, as FY22 ended, there was 13,000 crores of exports that happened, up by 8 times since 2014. And clearly, as the current government seems to have been absolutely instrumental in making this change. It's a change of mind, it's a change of policy, it's a change of pushing the industry and giving them the faith that there is a market, the Indian market, that is accessible to them. Till now, the Indian market was not accessible to them. We continued to be colonies for some other markets, some other companies, some other jurisdiction. That has changed, and as I mentioned, a lot of the change was actually brought in under the oversight of Dr. Ajay Kumar. So I'm really honored to be sharing the dais along with Dr. Ajay Kumar, under whose oversight a lot of these changes were brought in. And I look forward to the discussions we're going to have today on Atmanirbhar Defense. It is a burning topic. We have covered a lot of ground, but as the saying goes, there is a lot more to be covered. We are still not at the cutting edge. We are still not proportionate to the heft of India, a $4 trillion economy that we will be very soon, having 16% of the humanity, being a leader in many sectors, food, transportation, vegetables, you name it, we have been leaders in it, technology, digital, we are leaders in it. But our defense sector is still not comparable to the heft that India carries. And I'm pretty confident that as we continue in the existing trajectory with the Modi government putting the push on having an Atmanirbhar defense sector in India, we'll soon not just be at par with others, but we will be beating them. And I therefore look forward to the conversations and the discussions that will happen today in this conclave. So thank you so much, and thanks for the patient hearing. I look forward to learning from all of you. Thank you.
Please allow me to request Dr. Ajay Kumar, former Defense Secretary, Government of India, for a keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya, Dr. Rakesh Verma, General Anil Kapoor, other distinguished guests, friends. Speaking today, first time as without having the mantle of government responsibility, gives you a new sense of freedom, and I'm happy to be here on this platform of Tech Observer and being able to speak very freely and candidly. Jayajit has brought out the whole range of issues. We recently concluded the Def Expo in Gandhinagar in October. And I was reminded of 2018 when we were to organize the Def Expo. And at that time, we first looked at, how the previous Def Expos were organized. It was a show where a lot of foreign OEMs would come and display their wares. And in 2018, we thought it would be a good idea to actually talk about Make in India as the theme of Def Expo. I remember quite distinctly there was a shockwave that went through the system of how could Make in India be the theme of Def Expo. I had just joined Ministry of Defense as Secretary Defense Production, and a presentation was made to me how Def Expo is so grand because you have all the major OEMs come and showcase their what they were doing. And since I thought, we must have something more to do than mere foreign OEMs coming in Def Expo, I insisted that no, we must have Make in India as a theme. At least some part we should showcase. And I said, no, you change your presentation, we will have a different presentation so that the whole theme is changed. After a week, I was given another presentation, and lo and behold, they had put on the title Make in India, but everything else was the same. So I said, no, this won't do. I mean, once we're talking of Make in India, tell me how the local industry, the local DPSUs, how we are going to give them prominence, how will we showcase what Make in India is? So this is not acceptable. And we again went back and came back with another presentation. And yet, it was still in the same, because that is how the whole Def Expo was always done in all the previous editions. After several efforts, one of the main things that we did was then we decided that maybe we should change the whole organizational structure of Def Expo. And for the first time, we said Def Expo will henceforth be organized by HAL. So in 2018, the organization of Def Expo was entrusted with HAL. And we said we will have Make in India as the theme. So how do you showcase Make in India? At that time, there was not, as Jayajit has very rightly brought out, there weren't too much of Make in India. But we said, nevertheless, whatever is there, we came up with the concept of India Pavilion. For the first time, we said there will be an India Pavilion in each Def Expo, where the best of what happens in India will be showcased. And in that, once we started, and then we went out, reached out to the industry, DPSUs, everyone, DRDO, and we realized that there were several things that we were doing, not only doing for ourselves, but even for global OEMs, which we were ourselves not aware of. The only work that happened was that all this was brought together on a single platform. The India Pavilion of Def Expo was born. Honorable Prime Minister came and inaugurated the India Pavilion. And that, to my mind, for the first time brought in self-respect and esteem for our own ability to be able to make in India. Fast forward, I come to Def Expo 2022. I don't know, I know several of you were there. In Def Expo 2022, we did not have a single foreign OEM. And yet, it was by far the biggest ever Def Expo organized in this country. There were, instead of us, when we used to invite foreign OEMs, effectively, we used to spend about 100 crores in organizing Def Expo. We were spending 100 crores to get foreign OEMs to come and showcase their products. This time, we did not invite, but the foreign OEMs were there. They were not asked to showcase their products, but they were here to create tie-ups with Indian industry. so that they could do Make in India. From a time when we used to go and ask foreign OEMs to do Make in India, and they would say, no, no, this technology we will not offer. And again, as Jajit said, no one offers you the best when you go and ask for technology. Now we see foreign OEMs coming and queuing up to say, and not coming to us, but going to Indian industry, individual companies, several of those who have come and told me, and several of those who actually signed MOUs and agreements in Def Expo, that today the global OEMs are coming and saying, look, we want to make in India. And I think today we are witnessing a huge transformation in terms of defense industry ecosystem. Let me briefly mention why this is so important. Honorable Prime Minister says we are in the Amrit Kal. We are today seeing the start of a period. After 25 years, we hope to see the Indian economy to be the size of anything between 35 trillion to 40 trillion dollar, to be among the top 2 or 3 economies in the world, to be able to occupy its rightful place in the world, which we know in the past India had enjoyed. But such economic growth, if it has to be protected, if it has to be sustained, it is not possible unless we have ability to protect our economic growth. We all know this from our common sense. If you are a man of some wealth and well-being, you need certain amount of degree to protect. Otherwise, it is difficult to be able to protect your own wealth. In the world stage, this is even more applicable. And to be able to do this, unless you have your own self-reliant, Atmanirbhar capability to be able to defend your economic prosperity, your economic resources, it is not possible to reach the development that we aspire and hope and expect to achieve in the next 25 years of this Amrit Kal. And that's why this is so important. Since we are talking of technology, the good news is that going forward, we are seeing increasing importance of technology in all defense equipment and weapons. And that is something on which India has always had tremendous strength. We are seeing greater, in fact, we have moved today, increasingly, it is not about merely about people, but it's also about how advanced we are in technology. This has been demonstrated in all, whether it was Azerbaijan, Armenia, whether it is Russia, Ukraine, or whether it is the silent war which keeps on going on, where each country is influencing another country in a continuous manner. We are seeing increasing use of network-centric warfare. We are seeing increasing use of cyber domain being attacked to hurt economic as well as socially countries. We are seeing increasing, because of the change in technology, the increasing use of information warfare. We are seeing increasing use of artificial intelligence in warfare. We are seeing increasing use of unmanning. Equipment and weapons are today becoming unmanned, no matter what domain you are in. And going forward, 2 areas which have becoming increasingly important. One is the underwater domain, which is an area which today, if we were to look at, the world is fast chasing this expertise in this domain. And the second is, which has kind of already been acquired is the space domain. In all these domains, technology is the essence. In fact, technology has always been the essence as far as defense is concerned. In fact, defense has determined the frontier edge of technology in the development of human mankind. And today, with these new areas, in each of them, specialized technology relevant in that particular domain is becoming more and more important. The good news, however, is that a lot of this is related to software, to cyber, an area where India has undisputedly claimed leadership in the world. And this is not only mere rhetoric, our whole efforts to promote new equipment in this domain has showcased this. Jayajit spoke about the swarm technology. In fact, a very interesting story which our Air Force friends know, there is this Air Force retired officer by name Samir Joshi who set up a startup called New Space Technologies. And he was working in the swarm area. Not very well known here. And one day, the US Air Force Research Lab, USAFRL, came and knocked on our door and said, we want to collaborate with Samir Joshi because he is doing some work in Swarm which we don't even have in US. This was in 2018 or so. And we then started looking, who's this Samir Joshi? And we found that he was an officer who had set up a startup after quitting the Air Force, and he was doing some wonderful work. Cut the long story short, today his swarms are actually in process of being inducted in the Army and in the Air Force. Today, his loitering munition, which Jayajit mentioned, is today in advanced stage of development. The beauty of what, and this is largely a lot of work that goes on in swarming is 80-90% of it is actually software and artificial intelligence. But what is the beauty of, and this is just one example, there are today, as our IDEX experiment has shown, or IDEX initiative has shown, thousands of such people in India who are championing technology to take India to the cutting edge. But what is the most remarkable thing in all of this is that the cost at which they are able to develop the same technologies and the time that they are taking is a small fraction of the time and cost it used to take earlier to develop the same thing. I want to give you the example of BotLab, who did this swarm show in after the on the beating the retreat this year in after the Republic Day. This company, we had initially, when we thought of doing such a big swarm show of 1,000 drones, there was no one in India who could do it. In fact, as possibly you know, till August 2021, we had prohibition with respect to anyone developing drones in India, let alone swarms. And in August 21, the policy was liberalized. We thought, meanwhile, there was this Russian company which had done this swarm show in one or two places. There was a lot of demand among people to show this. It's okay if I take another 5 minutes? So this is an interesting story. So I thought I'll mention this to bring out the point that how we are today in India have a new technology capability to develop things at a much slower cost and a much faster pace. These company, so we had tied up or we had discussed with this Russian company to do a swarm show on the beating the retreat. And then this startup from IIT Delhi came up and said a bunch of students who said, we are also doing swarms. So how many, if you could allow us the opportunity to actually do the swarm show on the Republic Day, on the beating the retreat ceremony. And I said, how many drones do you fly in your swarm? They said about 60 to 80 drones is what we could fly. I said, we are looking at 1,000 drones. Now, anyone who is, who is associated with technology would know, then in a lot of these things, as the numbers go up, the complexity actually doesn't go up linearly, but goes up exponentially, because every one more drone has connections with all the other drones. So that many more connections keep getting added. So the complexity increases much more. And here there are this bunch of boys who are saying, some 60 to 80 drones. I said, this show is going to be in January. I want to know by 31st of December whether you'll be able to do it or not. And they said, no, no, sir, we'll do it. So I said, all right, we'll give you a chance. Why don't you try? And then they came up, and this was sometime in September of 21. And then they came up and said, sir, but we don't have money to buy 1,000 drones. We can do the software, but we don't have money. So I spoke to then Science and Technology Secretary, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, and he generously agreed that yes, he will fund these people to buy the hardware. But as you know, very often in government, there's a lag between what you want to do and when it actually happens. And in our case, time was of essence. So while Dr. Sharma wanted to help them, the money never came. And another 1 month went by. And then one of these boys landed up with an inheritance because of death in his family, and he got some 60 lakhs, which he used his money to buy the chips which were required to assemble the drones from Taiwan. As luck would have it, last year was an acute shortage of chips in the world. And when they went to this company in Taiwan, with whom they had been dealing in the past, that company said, I have a long waiting list. I'll take at least 2 years to supply the chips. And they refused. Then they kept on looking for another source, and finally landed up with a totally new source with whom they had not done business earlier. But yet, they gave all their 60 lakhs to this unknown company and ordered the chips. The chips, the company was new, small, and chips didn't come. When I checked up with them in about November, the chips had still not started coming. And remember, January is the show. At one time, we thought this would never happen. But then in November end, finally, the chips started coming, few at a time. And these boys would assemble whatever they would get and then keep on trying the increased number of drones. So 50, 100 at a time. So they went from 60, 80 to 100, 200 like that. And by 31st of December, they were able to do about 500, 600 drones and show a swarm. But that was not enough for us to make all those shapes and all. We needed more drones. But seeing their amount of effort and sincerity and passion behind their work, we thought, okay, we stretched ourselves and we went up to 15th of January, said, all right, you make your 1,000 drones, we'll give you time up to 15th of January. And eventually, they did, not by 15th of January, by 20th or 21st, they were able to do 1,000 drones. They eventually did the show, which I'm sure several of you saw. And it was greatly appreciated. The president, the prime minister came to me and congratulated me on the show. And everyone was very happy, everything. Meanwhile, the money from Department of Science and Technology also came, so they were able to get that money also. That was also nice. But the question that remained with me was, look, for them, these boys have taken merely 1.5, 2 months to make this swarm of 1,000 drones. And they didn't have the time because we had restriction in terms of not allowing drone development in the country. But there are no such restrictions in other countries of the world. How is it that we are the only 4th country in the world to have a swarm of 1,000 drones happening in our country? There is this capability that was demonstrated by this startup that we are able to do, which many other countries are not able to do. And to my mind, I think this is the defining difference that our youth and our people have shown that will make the difference going forward. I've already overshot my time. There was so much more to share, but I think it's a wonderful thing that Tech Observer is organizing this seminar here today. I think this is a golden opportunity. There is tremendous amount of excitement, interest in the industry, in the youth, in the startups, and most of it is driven on technology. So I think seminar like this would further be able to channelize thoughts and directions so that this journey for becoming truly Atmanirbhar and beyond Atmanirbhar, where we are really not only working to meet the requirements of our own defense forces, but also become a global leader. Incidentally, let me conclude by saying that defense technology is a highly monopolized sector. The total defense trade in the world, which amounts to nearly $400-500 billion, is monopolized by 5 countries in the world. And any guesses which are those 5 countries? Yeah, there's an easier way to remember. They are the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. So now, with our aspirations to be one of the, will become a permanent member of UN Security Council, it is uh, not unreasonable to say that we have to develop our defense technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful insights. Now, please allow me to call for vote for in the regards for vote of thanks, Dr. Rakesh Verma, IAS Chief Experience Officer, Tech Observer Magazine. Can we all put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you, Ajay sir. Thank you, Jajit sir, and all other distinguished dignitaries sitting here and giving us time for this Deftech summit. I think India has now got its G-force movement, and this Atmanirbhar thing is going to propel us by getting forward the velocity barrier. So we'll be, in next 3 to 5 years, we'll be a force to reckon with. Apart from Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think what India has given to the world is convergence. Can anybody tell what is the biggest example of convergence in the world today? I will give a hint. It is from the food. It is the thali that India has. Just a couple of days back, I was talking to a friend from Airbus, and he told me he likes a dish in India which has got he said this kind of thing. So I asked him, then he told me it is a Gujarati thali. Yeah. So India is not only leading in Atmanirbhar thing, but it is also leading in convergence. Convergence of the three forces, the army, the air force, and the naval force. What we need is a compact governance and technology solutions for each one of them. And it can be short formed as a GAN, governance for Army, Air Force, and Navy. So I thank every one of you. And maybe the biggest challenge lies in the convergence, and we Indians are very good at convergence. And given the demographic dividend and the technological dividend we have, I think the kind of experience we have in our country, we are going to achieve that in a very short span of time. and return to the glory of nine in the past when India and China were the two major economies in the world. And that was around 100 years back. So we have just lost 100 years back and we have to go forward in the time. Thank you very much. Thank you to each one of you for coming here. Jai Hind.
I would like to request everybody to please stay back for a while. Thank you. Okay, so then, now is the time which is very special because we are now going to launch a report. Okay, and for that matter, can I please also request ask Colonel Manik Anand, PO Aerospace System Ministry of Defense, to kindly be on the stage, sir. Thank you so much. Can I also have the presence of Shri Varun Gupta, Director Government and Public Sector Click? Can we have you here, sir? Would you please join me on the stage? All right, so now is the time when we are going to launch a particular report. Can we have the report on the stage, please? Wonderful. Can we all put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you so much. And I would like to take leave from Colonel Manikanan and Dr. Shri Varun Gupta. Thank you so much for being here. Would like to request you to stay back for a while. Okay, so now is the time for presenting mementos to the people, to the esteemed guest. Can we have the mementos for Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya? Can we have it? Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. We are very glad to have you all here with us. Would also like to request Dr. Rakesh Verma to present a memento to Dr. Ajay Kumar. Can we all put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen? Can I also request Dr. Jayadit Bhattacharya to present the memento to Dr. Rakesh Verma? Well, everything which was spoken here held actually a very higher values. Thank you so much for being here on this stage. Now, would like to take leave from all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. As we move further for our next session, which is going to be a virtual connect, so would be requesting all of you to kindly pay your kind attention to the LED we have here, wherein we're going to have our leaders speak, having the theme as evolving norms for defense modernization. And this particular speech or the virtual connect is going to be by former Air Chief Marshal Rakesh Kumar Singh Bhadoria, Chief Nodal Officer, Uttar Pradesh Defense Industrial Corridor, UPDIC. Can we connect with him?
Good morning to Dr. Ajay Kumar, a former Defense Secretary.
Can
All
we
the
increase the
dignitaries
volume?
present here, ladies and gentlemen. To start with, I want to thank Dr. Rakesh Verma, CEO of Tech Observer magazine, for organizing this Deftech 22 seminar and for inviting me to speak on the occasion. I couldn't be there physically because of some clash of commitments, but I readily agreed for an interactive session. On the modernization front, on the indigenous front, I think we have progressed a lot. From aviation sector perspective, Air Force perspective, I think light combat aircraft has been our biggest single achievement in the recent past, in the recent decades. And that has really set the ecosystem and our confidence high on achieving any complex program on in the aviation sector. And with the ordering of 83 more LCA Mark 1A, I think this will be the baseline for the industry to grow further, both in terms of manufacturing capability, in terms of modernizing our own manufacturing, and increasingly spending on R&D. On the fighter front, on the indigenous side, I think we already have the Mark II DND cleared. AMCA is on the design board, so a lot of work happening. On the trainer side, HTT-40, I think is a great development by HAL, and it will meet our requirements in the near future. On the helicopter side, light combat helicopter has been a great achievement. Apart from LUHs and aircraft that have already been inducted into the services, I think LCH will be the next big step from induction and from capability point of view. And on in the transport side, I think C295 is the next game changer, a direct order to the private sector, and that will set the baseline for our manufacturing capability on the transport side. It's important to mention some other huge developments like Netra on the AEW side, our developments on in terms of indigenous capabilities in missiles, in radars, in sensors, our ability to integrate them and modify them. So on modernization front, a lot happening towards the Air Force and Defense Services requirement. I think the future is bright. I mentioned briefly the LCA Mark II, which DND has already been cleared, and I think 6 cons are already planned to be ordered for LCA Mark II. AMCA, for which the design has just started, the clearance is expected soon. And again, for phase 1, 2 squadrons, and for phase 2 additional 6 cons. So in terms of future fighter industry growth from the on the indigenous front, there is a huge scope, there is a big plan, and I have no doubt with the current focus on the industry and increased involvement of the private sector and the kind of involvement of startups, the future of this industry is bright. Similarly, on the 295 front, on the transport side, I think it will set the baseline for future growth into this area. Similarly, in the helicopter side, I think apart from aircraft, we should, from future perspective, look at a lot of scope and growth that is possible in emerging sectors of space, cyber, and the kind of technologies and the kind of capability that will come in with the rapid growth and the private sector involvement in space. To name a few, low Earth orbit satellites, the kind of data linking abilities, the kind of communication capability that will come in, and low latency, communication that would be possible in data connectivity. So huge growth in terms of ability to network, ability to make systems more secure, ability to utilize the ISR and huge capability that space provides, and increasingly do all this on our own in terms of indigenous growth. So in terms of future growth perspective, I think it is really huge in the aviation sector. From point of view of accelerating, I think technology is a very important area. I mentioned regarding the R&D setup, academia. In order to accelerate, a lot of focus needs to come into this, which is possible with a lot of handholding from DRDO and DPSUs. I think that's an area that needs critical attention. And similarly for testing, testing is an area which will really test us how we achieve our synergy. The DRDO and DPSU setup are currently holders of practically the entire setup of test and certification, the entire knowledge, the entire capability base. And that needs to be shared with the private sector, startups. They need to be guided. The norms must be understood by the new emerging players. And a lot of guidance and handholding is required in the test and certification field. And how well we do it will really dictate how fast we can move and how much we can move to get private sector and startups and MSMEs into this ecosystem settled correctly to be able to make a difference. As far as defense corridor is concerned, the government gave clearance for setting up 2 defense corridors, one in Tamil Nadu and one in Uttar Pradesh. And in UP, with which I've got associated in the recent past, the plan has developed in the form of making 6 nodes. That's in Lucknow, Kanpur, Aligarh, Agra, Chitrakoot, and Jhansi. And so far, the industry, about 70 odd players have already come forward, have already registered. Investment of about 12,500 crores is already in the plans in terms of having made MOUs and starting work. The next target is 30,000 crores by next year, and the plans for the future are to look at big industry players to be able to come to the corridor, and a lot of attention to MSMEs and startups. A lot of work being done towards centers of excellence, be it in Kanpur, Lucknow, involvement of IITs, the involvement of academia in this entire setup, and making the ecosystem to kind of encourage the startups and new technology development. So a lot of attention is being focused on these aspects, and hopefully it will make a lot of difference in the coming years. So my message to youngsters would be that if we have to become Atmanirbhar in across the board, as far as India is concerned, becoming Atmanirbhar in defense is a very critical and fundamental pillar, I think, of overall Atmanirbhar. And from that perspective, the involvement of the next generation, the younger generation, in terms of involving in science and technology field, in getting into startups, getting into R&D, and joining other fields, whatever field you choose towards defense sector. I just want to tell you that it's a growing sector. It's going to explode in the coming decade or two, not only from aviation sector point of view, but also cyber and space, which we should increasingly see as a synergized sector for growth. There are huge opportunities, there are huge challenges, and if you want to contribute towards India in terms of becoming Atmanirbhar, it is the sector that you must get involved in, you must focus on, and it will give us huge dividends. Very much again for inviting me, and I want to thank Dr. Rakesh Sharma, Tech Observer Magazine, for getting me here on sharing my views. And I want to wish you the very best in your sessions ahead. I see a lot of extremely good theme sessions in the plans, and I'm sure discussions on all these issues will focus on areas that where we need to grow on and contribute towards becoming self-reliant in the defense sector. My best wishes. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable thoughts. Can we all put our hands together for the speaker? Thank you. Okay, so as we move further, we are looking forward to a presentation on a role of data analytics for defense sector, which will be presented by Shri Varun Gupta, Director, Government and Public Sector, CLIck. Sir, would like to request you to kindly join me on stage. Can we all put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen? Actually, there are many people who have also joined us virtually, so I would be very glad if you all join and understand the facts that we are here, we are presenting the speakers who can give you a lot of knowledge, a lot of information. So now we're going to have Shri Varun Gupta. So
thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hi. Yes. Okay. Is it audible now? All right. Good morning, everyone. I am Varun Gupta. I am Director and Head of Business for Government and Public Sector for ClickTech India Private Limited in India. And today I'll be talking about what Click is, how our solutions have benefited our customers worldwide, and how it can be used in Indian defense sector. So talking about who we are, we are a 3-decade organization. We are present almost in all the countries in the world, around 38,000 customers, and have given a lot of defense-related solutions that we'll be speaking about. Among the industry recognitions, we have been widely recognized by industry experts and reviewers like Gartner, BARC, IDC, and as a technology leaders. And if I talk about India, We have been present in India for around 15 years now, around 1,000 customers, which are leaders in their respective segments. And I'm very proud to say that in the context of today's conversation, which is Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, we started this journey long back, and we happen to be one of the very few organizations which have R&D and support systems both in India for their global support base. And also we happen to add more than 50 to 60% of our product R&D and development effort from India, thereby fulfilling the Make in India compliance requirements of the industry, of the ministry, I'm sorry. So these are few of our large defense customers across the globe, from United States, from Australia, UK, Estonia, Malaysia, and of course, India. Indian Air Force is our existing customer. I'll be talking about it. Talking about Click India, we are almost all the industry leaders in private and public sector, they use our products. Major customers include Indian Oil, HPCL, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Passport Seva. GEM itself is using Click for its analytical needs, and also other industries like finance and automobile and consumer durables, they use our solution. So talking about what Click's motive is for defense, right? So what we have observed in my experience and with the defense customers and prospects is that the problem is same, which we have seen globally as well, is fragmented data sources, multiple systems not talking to each other. There are data silos, and thereby leading to inefficiency in decision making when it comes to looking at all the data together and looking and making a cohesive decision. So what Click helps is to remove all those efficiencies, bringing the data sets together, bringing different systems and people together, and thereby removing those complexities, democratization of data, making it more upfront and known to people rather than people being, satraps of their own data. So we eliminate those inefficiencies and thereby bringing the data and insights to the right people at the right time when they need it, so that they can make an efficient and fast decision making. So this is what we normally see, data in tables and spreadsheets, more hiding the information than showing it. What we bring it is, we bring that information to the fore by bringing different data sources together and enabling people to make right decisions. So on this, I would like to take a pause and show us a small video on one of such use cases where Click's system has helped US Army to make a very good decision in the supply chain and logistics. Video, please.
I'm an analyst in the Army trying to get more information about the current state of our Abrams tanks, specifically for the 1st Cav Division. Now, I've pulled up our Mission Readiness app that combines data from several DoD and Army systems so I can get a common operating picture for the information that's important to me. So on my equipment dashboard, I can see the on-hand quantity of all of our equipment and how much of that equipment is fully mission capable. I can also see where the equipment is located, and below I can get details on the equipment. Now, I could select on the map or use any of my drop-downs to filter my data, but I'll just use a global smart search to go after exactly what I'm looking for, which, again, is Abrams tanks in the 1st Cav Division. Right at the top of my Google-like search, I can see exactly what I was interested in. And now I can see that we have 260 Abrams tanks on hand, and the fact that 81% of them are fully mission capable. Now, obviously, we're always shooting for 100%. I'll use the details below to see what's happening here. Now, I want to know what's going on with the tanks for the 4th Squadron, 9th Cavalry Regiment, which has the lowest percentage of tanks that are ready to fight. Now I can see that there are 7 serial numbers that are down, and I can also see why they're down. We have tanks that are down because of a fire extinguisher, and I can see what parts are in order as well. Now I can see where those parts are in the supply chain. Using Click, we were able to go from analyzing over 5 million pieces of equipment down to just 7 that needed our attention in a matter of seconds. So in a proof of concept exercise, we showed the Army they potentially had parts that had been collecting dust on shelves for over 8 months, which represents an incredible opportunity for them to improve their readiness numbers by simply putting those parts on the tank and getting them up and running. So this gives me a very specific insight into individual tanks, but I may not be able to wait for parts, so I might want to know where all of our Abrams tanks are located throughout the country. Now I can see where all my tanks are located so that if I need to pull tanks from those bases, I can do that. It looks like we have a healthy quantity of tanks located in Fort Benning. I hope this gives you a much better insight into how you can use Click to gather data from multiple logistics data sources, quickly drill down into problem areas, and take action to improve your numbers.
So I sincerely hope few of us were able to relate to this example wherein, in one hand, you are shortage of certain equipments and which are requiring certain small or big parts. And on the other hand, we have availability of parts which are gathering dust on the shelves. So what Click helps is bringing these two things together at real time so that all the stakeholders can have the right information to make the decision. And not just the stakeholders don't even have to seek that information. Click will bring that information to you proactively, identifying such anomalies and sending you an email or an SMS saying, hey, this thing is down. Why don't you do something about it? So moving forward. So we just saw this video. So supply chain is one such things where mission readiness is critical, but that's not the only thing where a Click can help you. We can help you to bring in mission readiness in terms of your personal readiness, their trainings, their capability building, in terms of their health. Field intelligence is something that we have contributed to. We can also help to do your normal operational work like accounting and finance, your capability building, information technology. Last but not the least, the cybersecurity, which is becoming more and more critical as we speak. So these are few of the user groups. Actually, anybody can be an analytical user target, depends upon their interest. So now we want to show a small video on our small case study done on US Army, where we did build up a enterprise level architecture on data analytics for advanced analytics for US Army, which helped them to bring together around 3,000 systems and their data to make efficient decision making. Can I have the video, please?
Today, our Defense Department leaders operate in an increasingly complex enterprise environment facing asymmetric threats from technically sophisticated global adversaries. Advanced analytic capabilities and ready access to data can help drive smarter, faster decision-making to combat these challenges. There are currently more than 3,000 business systems within the Department of Defense, each with their own interfaces and formats. This effectively isolates data in individual departments and agencies. This fragmented environment creates immense technical and institutional challenges, preventing effective use of our vast arsenal of enterprise data, which in turn hinders our ability to make data-driven decisions. Introducing Advana, a next-generation commercial-grade platform purpose-built by DoD to realize the power of common enterprise data to solve our most complex national defense challenges. Advana is specifically designed for the department's decision makers, mission owners, analysts, and data scientists. Unlike existing platforms, it's configured to simplify DoD's complex data environment and addresses a broad set of mission use cases. From finance, budget, and contracts to personnel, logistics, and readiness. Using common data models, natural language discovery tools, and self-service analytics, Advana is creating order out of chaos. Advana, your go-to platform for defense enterprise data and advanced analytics. Discover, understand.
So that was a small glimpse of what we did for United States Army. Talking about the scale of our platform that we developed for them, it had around 3,000 systems, around 600 terabytes of data, around more than 160 systems, which we brought together, data sources, more than 30,000 users. So that was the scale of the data platform and how it was useful for the United States Army, and I think can be used for Indian Army as well. Indian Department of Defense, cutting across different field of services, is we did readiness analysis, force readiness analysis, advanced analytics, human resource analysis, equipment, supply chain analytics. We can do real estate analysis, cost and accounting, and so on and so forth. So possibilities are limitless. If you look at, once you bring in everything together, then you can look at it cohesively and make right decisions. So we just saw the video. And this is, I'll just quickly run through, given the paucity of time. Offices of Secretary of Defense is able to look at the cohesive information and make right decisions of all the three services. And if I may bring out a comment from their office, they are able to tie the boardroom to battlefield intelligence in one go, which I understand is one of the panel discussions later today, how to use technology to do that. We have done just that for United States Department of Defense. Logistics, we have, this has been used for logistics, bringing in efficiencies there, budget analysis. I'll quickly just give a glimpse of it, considering contract analysis is one such thing. Human resource analysis and finding resources where they are available. National Security Agency is able to bring down the budgeting process from 914 hours, wherein most of the time was used or wasted in plugging the inefficiencies, asking for information, to just 2 hours, because all the information that you need is available at your fingertips. This is a joint venture between Lockheed Martin and Boeing, where they have used Click Solution, Joint Interoperability Test Center, Defense Security Cooperation Agency. I'll be happy to talk to more in detail at the booth where me and my team is available. Corps of Engineers, which is similar to our signals, who are able, 30,000 force, which are using it for their project management, resource management, and financial management. Our solution, our platform. US Army ACC is able to reduce the 90% in their development time, which was earlier the case, using our platform. So we have many such examples, but I would like to summarize, given the paucity of time, is our solution can bring efficiencies into the systems, which are inherent by design, to eliminate those roadblocks and to make the decision-making simpler and faster. Because as you know, in defense, the time is essence when you have to make a right decision, and that time you cannot be running for information here and there. And if it is available right time to the right people, it can save lives, it can save money. And another thing that I wanted to call out, given the spirit of today's discussion about the Atmanirbhar Bharat and the self-reliance, our solution, we are giving it to our customers, and we hand it over to the control. Our solution is very open. It's you can customize it using the API once it is given to the customer. And Click maintains no control over the solution. It's 100% given. They can customize it. And there are organizations like Tech Mahindra, TCS, Wipro, Indian organizations, which have used Click software and developed, using the open APIs, a lot of their own solutions on top of it, and thereby making it a 100% indigenous and self-reliant solution. So those solutions are available, and we are open to that. With that, I would like to continue this conversation outside the booth, and looking forward to having a meaningful conversation. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we have something very special in hand with us. Yes, we are now moving to have Deftech views, and these views are going to be on Atmanirbhar through technology strategy. And this particular presentation or this speaker would be Lieutenant General Anil Kapoor, former DG and DG Electronics and Mechanical Engineering, Indian Army. Sir, can we have you here on the stage, please? Sir, can we all put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen? Sir.
Thank you. Good morning, lady and gentlemen. There's only one lady I can see. It's indeed a pleasure and a privilege to be standing here today and talking to an audience, most of whom I have known and interacted with during my service and thereafter. I shall be speaking about Atmanirbharta through technology sovereignty. I have modified strategy to sovereignty, giving it a little larger landscape, which it deserves. And it deserves because since morning we've been hearing that we are today a resurgent India with three prongs, three prominent prongs. Make in India, which is going to be the future made in India brand value. Atmanirbhar Bharat, which has the future of indigenization, indigenous technologies, and export competitiveness. And the third is Startup India, which is going to harness the power of our youth bulge, which we call the demographic dividend, and convert entrepreneurs into unicorns. Now, all this coming together, along with a strong political will, has actually changed the way the world looks at India today. We are there with a lot of respect, other than the fact that we have given to the world one prime minister, a couple of strategic thinkers, a lot of technical wizards, and two terms in the Oxford Dictionary: Jugaad, which is resourcefulness and innovation, and Atmanirbharta, which is self-reliance. So that is the bouquet which we have presented to the world. But let's look at the technology world order. The technology world order has become very elastic. When you look at technology today, it is defined by 4 Ds to my mind: data, digitization, digitalization, and disruption. And while data, digitalization has resulted in a digital transformation, and we saw a presentation by Click as to the kind of wonders it can create in data science and data management and decision making, more importantly, disruption actually has changed the business world and the business practice. And the thumb rule is, whatever you can very clearly define, you can perfectly design and develop. And that is what technology is given you today. And therefore, if we tout data as the new oil, actually, technology is the oil refinery. And if we can harness the power of this oil refinery, you will be the lead. The leader, whether it is economy or anything, is going to be defined, to my mind, by the one who catches technology by its horns. Now, let's look at it this way, that since morning we've been hearing of some very good success stories, and I call them technology confettis. They're very important. They are very, very important. These tactical steps have actually given us a little visibility. It's like when you fire the Wali rocket, it gives you sprinklers, but that's for some time. What we need is a huge, huge strategic depth to create technology sovereignty. Yes, I'm there. Okay, now let me for a moment throw some questions which have been on my mind. You know, technology sovereignty is a very, very good word. And we all would love our sovereignty. We are a sovereign nation. But the question is, as one of the emerging global powers of technology, how do we attain this? So that's a big question. It's a very big question. The second, we are 17th today as a nation in technology advancement. We are the third largest military expending nations. And I have not written, we are amongst the largest importers of defense technology. But given the good news that we've been hearing since morning, how do we leverage these and improve ourselves in our rankings to become the world lead, which we intend doing by 2047? We have USA, China, Israel, Japan, Germany, Russia, South Korea, Singapore. I've just named a few big tickets, if I may say. How did they achieve their technology advancement? And it is these that I would like to today allude to, because they are the nations who have demonstrated a strong national vision, mission, methods, A strong political will, a whole of nation approach, well articulated national technology strategy, and a bold seismic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, increments will no longer work. We have to get into some bold seismic transformation to be able to make it happen in a big way. Now, let me walk through some examples. USA had a Defense Production Act enacted in 1950, whereas the government, they could exercise control over the complete industry, not only federally, but as states as well. And that's how they are what they are. China in 1949 came up with a 100-year marathon strategy, a 100-year marathon strategy. And today, it is a key startup nation. They are the ones who started startup perhaps when they were born. And today, they are marveled that you give them a technology, they will reverse engineer it in 5 minutes and produce the next upgrade. That is the level of technology their industry and the R&D setups boast of. And it's a big story, but Japan, we've all known as a huge quality nation since our childhood. And they go into the world, the 5 S's. And the 5 S's are sort, standardize, set, shine, sustain. That is the big picture or the big thing that they've done to be able to compete in a global market. And there are many such examples one can talk of, but for want of time, let me say that we in India today need to do a very bold seismic transformation. And if it is sovereignty, I think the preamble to a national technology strategy must read, we the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India to a technologically sovereign global power. And then and only then can technology happen. But that requires a capability-based development. We should not look at China or Pakistan or anybody else, even if it is defense. We have to look at capability because it takes time to develop. And once you develop it, our intention can change anytime. You are enabled for it. Let me walk you through some stories out of personal experience. It was 1991. I just finished my master's in missile technology, and I'd done a project on guidance control relationship using multi-platform, multi-sensor data fusion. In 1991, this was not talked of in India. And I was posted to DRDL with Dr. Kalam and Dr. V.K. Saraswat, both very illustrious scientists of the day. And we worked through the Integrated Guided Missile Development Program. Those were the times when the MTCR was at its best. And since everybody knew that India is coming into missile technology, there were very little that was available on the platter. And a lot had to be developed through PSUs and through industries. And lo and behold, the intention was to create success out of this IGMDP. So it was a 5 missile program, Agni being just a technology demonstrator, Prithvi the first surface-to-surface missile, guided missile, Akash and Trishul as the surface-to-air missiles, and Nag as the ATGM. Now with this landscape, I do recall every day we used to have huge discussions in DRDL. RCI was brought in as a brainchild by Dr. Kalam, God bless his soul, I think a huge, huge visionary to be our president as well. And the RCI was modeled on the NASA model. It was modeled for success. And a lot of industry, clandestinely, if I may use the word, came in to create materials which were required for airframes, to create guidance control requirements like gyroscopes, accelerometers, of the size we couldn't imagine then, and HAL Korwa was one of them, uh, liquid propulsion engines, and we had large number of failures around them, and the like. And all this actually created a bouquet of industry, which not only benefited the guided missile development program, it benefited railways, ISRO, and many more ministries and industries in times to come. So therefore, the first thing I'd like to touch upon is the national technology framework. I think the biggest thing we need is a technology framework, which comprises a structure like IGMDP. So we need to identify such structures and put them in an order. It requires a strategy, it requires a policy, and requires a capability capacity document. Unless we have this landscape, which is the big picture, I think we will be into confettis. And Atmanirbharta will actually be a continuously, if I may use the word, moving target. So therefore, the first recommendation is to have a national technology framework. Now let me pull out another example to get to the next one. When I was the DG Information Systems, Dr. Ajay has just left, we had a lot of skeletons in our cupboard because most of our programs that we were looking at had actually lost their currency of the 4Ds since there were huge time overruns. And therefore, we had one program called the Battlefield Management System, which had become a huge colossus against a 350 crore budget. It had already touched some 2650 crores as an anticipated amount, and therefore it was untenable, if I may say the word. And if we had to proliferate over the complete Indian army, then it would have cost something close to 1 lakh crore, which was a huge cost center. Also at this point in time, we saw that ISRO, along with railways, had done a huge joint program on manning, virtually manning an unmanned crossing using space application center-driven chips, which could be used by railways at these unmanned crossings to avoid accidents and continue the high-speed trains that we have. We looked at this as an opportunity to create our battlefield management system, and it got created at a penny, if I may say. No 2650 crores. So therefore, the second thing I want to bring on the table is that we need a National Technology Act. We need to have a regulator. Mr. Jayajit Bhattacharya alluded to this in the morning, that we need a regulator. And therefore, we need to have one technology, one program, OTOP. We need to guard our IPRs. As a nation, we create so much, but our IPRs, neither are we conscious, nor do we guard them. I think that's a time has come for this. The third is that we need to have a government, academia, public-private partnership. It's a big thing. Why it's a big thing? Because today, what ISRO and RDSO of the railways did had a huge spin-off in the defense. And how do you know it? Unless you're aware. So therefore, I think we need a regulator. Let's move on to the third one. We have a Department of Science and Technology. We are going to be an Atmanirbhar nation. We all are talking technology. I think it needs to be upgraded to a Ministry of Technology and Innovation. There is no doubt in my mind that today, right from the technology readiness level 1 to technology readiness level 9 needs to be monitored through an overarching body. A department will not do. If we see today, there are centers of excellence driven by DST. There are centers of excellence driven by CSIR. There are centers of excellence being driven by Army, Navy, Air Force. We have our own design bureaus. We have centers of excellence driven by through technology innovation hubs at 25 IITs. We have centers of excellence driven by MeitY. If you put all this together, you find a humongous amount of human capital and budget earmarked for each. And if you were to draw a Venn diagram, you will find that most of them are actually silos which can be brought under one umbrella. So we need to create interministerial synergies. So if we could look at this kind of an envelope, technology envelope, I think we would get the best bang for the buck. The next is National Technology Day broadcast. 11th May is my wife's birthday, but it is also the National Technology Day. And I recommend that, like we have a budget, everybody in February end starts thinking what is going to be the budget like. And the Ministry of Finance is bubbling. They are closeted for over a month with the minister and who's who to work out budgets. I think time has come, if we have to be Atmanirbhar Bharat, to closet ourselves and work out a capability development talks that I talked of, and year on year work on and announce to the world, to the nation, what is our technology achievements and what are our technology goals. I think unless we did it, it will not happen. And the bigger thing is, most of us sitting here do get excited. Like yesterday, there was a news item that Agni 3 has been fired. There was an item that we've first 3D printed space engine has fired a number of satellites into space by a startup. I think these are very interesting information. But if we were to collate and create a fervor in May of the technology might of India together, there couldn't be anything better to my mind. So I propose that, like we have a budget, we have to have a technology planning and audit, which must happen as a formal Atmanirbharta strategy. Next, we have corporate social responsibility. 2% of XYZ to be given by industry. 21-22, it was 13,260 crores by 501 big industries. I'm not talking of, because this is the best data I could collect in my research. Let's put a ballpark of 15,000 crores per year. If we could look at this to be brought into as corporate professional responsibility, in addition to CSR. CSR has created a huge wonder in the nation, in the social fabric, in the ESG of India. I think CSR from 2014 onwards has been a great experiment. Let's rechristen and reinvigorate with another 2% to a corporate professional responsibility. Dr. Ajay, a little while from now, spoke of 60 lakhs which somebody coughed up from his pocket to do a national level display of swarm of 1,000 drones. I think we need to, there will be many more such examples who may not be having the 60 lakhs to create the next wonder. This is the fund. And here, let me give you one more example, which was very exciting. I had gone to Boston early this year for my daughter's convocation. And I happened to go to the Cambridge Library, public library, Cambridge Public Library. Now, my daughter told me, Dad, you must go. And she didn't tell me why. But she took me there. And I said, Beta, library is outdated. I've got a mobile. Jo padhna hai, padh leta hu, jo dekhna hai, dekh leta. Nahi, Papa, please come. I said, okay, I'll go. Believe you me, that country is what it is because of what I'm going to tell you now. There was the library, which normally is. There was a big hall like this with 3D printers given by the Massachusetts state, where you had students from MIT, Boston University, and maybe, if I may call, the rag pickers coming and learning 3D printing. There was a room like this with AR, VR, driven headsets and the complete gadgetry to teach you how to create the AR, VR. There was a room for cyber studies. There was a room for space studies. There was a room for AI, for IoT, for sensors, and you had any number of kits of Arduino and others lying there You have to just get it issued and do your whatever technology you want to try out. All through a corporate professional responsibility grant, which the nation has taken upon itself to train its diaspora, its people in the Gen Next technologies. That's the public library for you, not the old books. The future is there in that library, and I'm talking of one library which I saw in Cambridge. Imagine if we were to go all over the nation, what would you get to see? And more importantly, there was timings given when an MIT professor will be there. There's a timing given when a Boston University professor will be there to help you, guide you, and these are 24/7, 365 libraries, open 24/7, 365. Just a bouquet of what corporate professional responsibility can do. We are a nation where we marvel ourselves for demographic dividend, and we call it, it's a huge youth bulge, 25 to 35 years, 50% of our population, nowhere in the world. I think such initiatives will actually bring us the next big kick that we are looking at of becoming a global superpower. Now, we've been talking since morning of exporting equipment. I would say that we have to broaden our thought to a life cycle sustainment support. When I was a brigadier, and I'm going to quote, don't mind, we had a AMC given to an Israeli company for an equipment which was costing me 13 lakhs per day. 2010, 13 lakhs per day. I became a major general, added one more star, they added another 13 lakhs. It became 26 lakhs per day. I became a lieutenant general, it became 90 lakhs per day because they opened an industry in India which was funded by us through our money that we gave them for the annual maintenance contract. That is how nations grow, and I'm talking of Israel, maybe NCR. But this is the power of the mind. This is the power of the national framework. This is the power of what you'd like to do when you look at a life cycle sustenance support. Today we have a huge facility coming up in Vadodara. Tata's is creating the next big rumbling. Adani's is creating rumblings. But our aircrafts today of Indigo and everybody go to Malaysia for major interventions. Can we look at all this happening in India? Can we look at a reverse flow? The answer is yes. So we have to look at the life cycle sustenance support, MRO ramp up, because let me tell you, and I'm sure most in this house would know, that there's an iceberg effect. The cost of procurement is just the tip of the iceberg. The training, the life cycle sustenance support, the SME requirement, the inventory requirement, the upgrade requirement, the technology management, everything sits before. And the rule is 20/80. 80% of the iceberg sits not seen. So we are looking at 20%. If we say we've already done a business of 10,000 crores this year in exports, I think there's a 4 times 40,000 crore waiting over the life cycle just on this 10,000 crores. Would we like to harness it or not? So my point is that we need to look at the complete strategic piece for technology sovereignty from womb to tomb. And tomb also has value because it has huge residual value. Just a quick word, since time is getting up, I'll just take another 2 minutes to wrap up. So if we were to look at a national technology stack, to my mind, the first requirement is a resilient positioning, navigation, and timing. And why do I say so? Vikram is sitting here, and we've been exposed to this over the last couple of days. All our systems are based on global positioning system of US or a GNSS, including our own Gagan, which is a GPS-dependent GNSS system. If, I won't mention any country, if any country decided to knock off a couple of satellites or to play truant, your positioning, navigation, and timing will go totally awry. All the Gati Shaktis, all our BhimPay UPIs may all go topsy-turvy. Something that we have harnessed as digital power may actually become defunct or diffused just by a PNT. And that's why today in US, they are creating a terrestrial PNT. They're creating various layers of position navigation and timing, though they are the authors of GPS. So if that nation on which most of us are dependent is doing a resilient PNT, that's the first thing as a nation we should think about when we look at a technology stack. Then unmanned autonomous systems, we only call it drone, but there is huge amount of space on ground, on water and underwater. The Deftech alluded to underwater, which actually is another big space of technology we need to look at. Then I've said A to A, automation to autonomy. The days of automation are over. Today it's autonomy. I mean, Click in the morning just presented to us. We are talking of autonomy without man in the loop and things happening. It's like metros are running, they stop at the right place, they start at the right time, all on an autonomous system. So therefore, I just spoke sometime that 91 I did MPMSDF, multi-platform, multi-sensor data fusion, is today a reality. And US, China are looking at what is called the C7 ISR. Command, control, communication, computer, cyber, cognition, combat. And they're coming up with what is called lethal autonomous weapon systems. We'll start up. Space, air, ground, water, underwater. So that is the spectrum today. It's a very different spectrum. Renewable energies, all this requires power. We are talking of e-vehicle technologies. I think quantum technology, software-defined networks, then the emerging technology stack. And I mean, it's a subject in itself, but I'd like to mention that software on chip is more important than chip manufacturing. I think if we can, as a nation, it's our forte. Software on chip is our forte. I think if we can harness that, is going to be a big game change. Thank you very much. I'd conclude by saying that we need to look at technology sovereignty, not through increments, but through a bold, seismic technology transformation. Only that can beget Atmanirbharta. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your thoughtful insights. Can I please also request Dr. Rakesh Verma to please come on the stage? Yeah.
Can I, sir, can I take the advantage of your insights?
Yeah, please.
Maybe we are talking of defense technologies. So I've been a student of defense technology Sir, I'm a retired Group Captain Narang. I'm associated with Drone Federation of India, but I've been studying Indian defense and aviation ecosystem for some time. So you spoke about, future of technology. And some of your recommendations I had not thought. So compliments to you for some of the issues. Maybe one more you may like to add is National Technology Plan in your series of recommendations.
See, when I talked of framework, I talked of a capability capacity document. That is the big plan.
So,
but point is valid.
Yes.
Point is brilliant.
So, but I have some really nuanced, intricate views on these issues. Allow me to be a little free, sir.
I would be happy to debate. I'll be happy to debate because I'm sure there are better ways of doing things. For sure, please.
So one of the key part of defense technology is the ownership by the stakeholders. So when you look at our adversaries some few years ago, we could get technologies from Europe, Russia, and America, which our adversaries possess, and we enjoyed the technological superiority, at least in some domains. So now in future, another adversary is leading the technology and innovations. Now, the critical aspect of his rise is research involvement of defense forces. I'm not sure how many people have examined PLAF, PLA, plans, research laboratories, and corresponding research laboratories of America. You talk of Army Futuristic Command, Army Innovation Command, Air Force Research Laboratory on. Now, when we interpolate those on Indian scenario, we have an Army Design Bureau, Directorate of Aerospace Design and Naval Design, but we do not have a research element in it. We have a design element and coordinating design element. Now that's a major difference when we relate India versus thing. So I would like to highlight 2-3 points related to this. Let's talk about number of IDEX projects taken by the defense services, barring 75 by the Navy. IDEX for 4G. Some of these issues, how much we understand the private sector. What are your views on these critical aspects of the defense technology in India?
Okay, excellent. You know, I call them technology confettis. There are enough technology confettis that we've got. I mean, today, when I was the DGIS and we were in a conference, and I asked, who's the chief technology officer of the Indian Army? Please tell me. Because unless you have a man, you mentioned the word ownership. Unless you can ascribe ownership, it will not happen. Nobody, somebody, anybody syndrome we've all heard from our childhood. Unfortunately, that's a reality. So what you say is brilliant. Today, there's a competing space, and let me, I didn't touch upon, but it's happy that you said, you know, when we got into a debt trap, we liberalized our economy. And suddenly we had huge amount of non-banking financial companies come up, NBFCs. And I came back from UN, I put my money in Hoffland, only to realize after 2 years that they had died. And I got nothing because there was no regulation. A regulatory mechanism came in, and today we are what we are. Look at real estate. Mushroomed like anything. RERA came in. I mean, there was chaos, and any number of scams are still getting dug out. There was chaos. RERA is now trying to resurrect. I think time has come before we proliferate technology like this and get into another non-regulated, should I say, pulses, which will be difficult to control later. Time has come for regulation. So your point is valid. I would go by what you are saying to say that we need to have somebody who looks at a framework. Now, when I say interministerial, who in Ministry of Defense is the chief technology officer? Please tell me. Nobody. Is it DOD? Is it DP? Who? I mean, we do a defense expo. Sorry, I wish the Deftech, former Deftech was here, and I asked him this question. I know he's a huge technocrat. I have huge respect for him because from the time I've known him, I would engage very close. And that's what gave me conviction that I need to write on this after my retirement. And only yesterday, I put it on the LinkedIn, what I'm speaking today. In fact, I changed my topic only yesterday to get into this. And since I had an audience which was not industry, I thought it's good to talk of technology. But you're right. As a big picture, I think we need to put together a technology framework as a first step. We have technology innovation development centers of private sector, public sector, every sector, each working in silos, maybe on the same thing. We have today, I mean, kudos to Baba Kalyani. He's put ATAGs in a West Asian country. And we have Tatas who are competing with them. We have many more. We have GCA which is competing with them in the same space. I mean, somebody will die one day competing. Why not complement? And that is where I think a technology framework will help. Thank you. I hope I've answered. Any other questions? Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure being with you.
So sorry. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Can I now please request Dr. Rakesh Sharma to be on the stage to present our token of gratitude, rather we call it a memento to the esteemed guest. Can we have the memento, please? Thank you so much, Anil sir. Rakesh sir, please stay back. Please stay back for a while. Can I also have the presence of Shri Varun Gupta, Director Government and Public Sector Click? Can we have you here on stage, please? So here comes a token of gratitude, a memento for the same. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Would like to take leave from both of you. Thank you so much for being here. Now we are taking a break for 10 minutes. As you all know that we are already running late, and I would be expecting everybody to be seated just after 10 minutes so that there is no further delays. Also, I are now here with one of the very important session of this wonderful day. And this is going to be a panel discussion. Yes, this is going to be a very fruitful session. And for that sake, can we please have the dignitaries on stage? I would be inviting them absolutely for sure. But let me tell you the theme of this particular panel discussion, which is from boardroom to battlefield. Harness the power of next-gen technology to secure the future military age. And for the same session, can we have the presence of Colonel K.V. Kuvain, Director, Defense and Aerospace, who is going to be the moderator for this session. Can we all put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen? Can we also have the presence of Air Commodore Rajiv Mittal, VSM, Directorate of Aerospace Design, Indian Air Force. Can we have you here, sir? Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we also have the presence of Air Marshal Sumit Mukherjee, former Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Indian Air Force. Can we have you here, sir? Thank you. We are also going to have the presence of Major General Dr. Rajan Kochur, VSM, former MGAOC, Central Command, Indian Army. Can we have you here, sir? Can we all put our hands together for all the gentlemen we have on stage all together? Be comfortable. Glad to have all of you on stage with me. Now I would like to hand over the mic to Colonel K.V. Kuvair, Director, Defense and Aerospace. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam, for that good introduction to the panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to discuss something which I don't understand. So, therefore, all that I'm going to do is to ask questions. And the expert panel with me, we have a former AOC in C, we have a serving designer in chief, and my dear friend Rajan is a thinker by himself. So therefore, these are the people who are going to enlighten you, and I'm part of your side, so I'm on your side. I'm going to only ask some questions. So the topic of today's discussion is from boardroom to the battlefield. So I don't understand what's a boardroom. I don't understand what's a battlefield. But I can tell you one thing. There have been people who have been sitting in the boardroom. So what I understand of boardroom is people who concept visualize what the armed forces should have. And the battlefield is Sipai Nathu Singh holding his rifle and holding the enemy so that we all can be safe here. So I believe that this is the transition that's supposed to happen. I don't know how effectively it happens. I do not know if our generals and air marshals and admirals have been able to bring in the type of systems and platforms that our forces should operate. I'm not sure if our forces on the battlefield have the state-of-art weapon systems, and I'm really not aware if this whole concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat is relegating the quality of platforms and systems that are getting integrated and supplied to our armed forces. So the questions I have is, are we in the name of Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is very good for the industry, is it good for the armed forces? Is one question I'm going to ask. I'm just warming you up for this. The second is, are we on the right lines when we have been thinking about what we should have, and have we been able to translate that into action and put it on the battlefield? So without wasting much time, all that I want to, as is my DNA, I want to quote what Lord Krishna said in the Bhagavad Gita. Two things he says. One is, entire Bhagavad Gita, there is only one message which comes. That is karmanyeva adhikarascha ma phalechu kadachan. So karmanya, only karma is your right, and don't worry about the results and all that. But that Sipai Nathu Singh was standing there. He says, yeah, for me, I don't know karma, but for me, result is more important than karma. I have to make sure that the enemy does not cross that line which he is not supposed to cross. So he is guided by that result. So the second thing he says, Buddhi Yogam Vishishyate. He says Buddhi Yoga is far superior to Karma Yoga. And then he says, Jnana Yoga super Vishishyate. Jnana Yoga is supposed to be ultimate. Then Arjuna asked him, Yaar, you're confusing me. Mujhe ek cheez batao. Ekam vada nischitya yena sreyo ham apna. What should I do? What is that one thing that I should do? And he says, do your duty and don't worry about it. And that's what the armed forces do. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all give an applaud for armed forces who are holding the fort for us. And because of them, we are sitting in Oberoi and enjoying this discussion. So to take this discussion forward, I want to invite the senior most in the panel, the former AOC in C, Air Marshal Mukherjee. So would you give us an idea as to what happens in the boardroom, what happens at the highest levels of decision making, and what are the factors that you actually consider to make sure that your airmen get what they want?
Thank you, Kan Kabir. Just to put everything in perspective, and him having introduced me, I'll just tell you my background. I retired 11 years ago, but in my service of 40 years before that, I belonged to the business end of the stick. That means we were the guys who delivered the weapons and used the technology that existed and which was created by a lot of the technical guys who are here and who have been with us in our service. So that's the basic background I would say that I belong to. So, and as one reached the higher levels after having fired the weapons and fired the bullet or whatever, you reach the boardroom, as he says, and you reach the planning stage, and you reach a point where you are now controlling assets and making sure that that business end of the stick continues to deliver what it's supposed to deliver. Frankly speaking, the boardroom is very dependent on what are the assets that are made available to the boardroom. So you start from that premise that I have a certain number of items with a certain amount of capability. And with that, those assets that I have within my purview, what can I actually do with it? And what do I have? What are the elements I have at my disposal to use them in a certain manner to be effective and produce the desired results? So as far as the boardroom is concerned, it involves a base or a datum, which is technology. And technology is something I think, one doesn't need to talk about too much. Everybody is a technocrat of some form or the other out here. That it grows and it's an evolving process. It's, the basis of all this was what we called RMA, the Revolution in Military Affairs. And you started, the spear, introduction of the spear was a RMA in its prehistoric times. And whether it was, it was cavalry, it was the tank, it was the aeroplane, it was outer space, communications, all these are RMAs. Is terrorism RMA? Well, I would give you some food for thought that the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Towers in New York showed, or it proved, that the usage of the aeroplane as a missile or a projectile was a revolution of sorts. So what has happened over time is that the datum is changing all the time, and the boardroom has the datum available, or what is the assets, and from there you progress onto the further point, which is down the line to the battlefield for their execution.
So, A. Marshall, you talked about technology, and I'm going to come to you, Air Commodore, for that. But before that, I want to make a comment and invite a reaction from my friend Rajan. Rajan, you've been at the levels. You've been a major general, and you're also a thinker of sorts that I see in all your writings. It is my belief, individual belief. It's my belief. I'm not attributing to anybody. It may be the belief of this entire audience too. I'm just presuming that the soldier on ground delivers what is expected of him. And it is the boardroom guys who do not deliver what is expected of them. What do you think are the problems that the boardroom guys face that they are actually not able to deliver what the soldier requires on ground? And what are these factors that are impinging national security and thereby sometimes, relegating us to a level where we have to go with a begging bowl? It happened a couple of times earlier. The Air Marshal talked about 9/11. I want to talk about 26/11. And I want to ask a question. What next? What is the next thing that this rogue nation is going to do? Are we going to strengthen our Coast Guard security after 26/11? Do we want to wait for a blow, or are we going to do something about it? And is the boardroom delivering to the battlefield? Over to you, General.
Thank you, Kuber. A very strong statements you have made, and it's I'm just contemplating that what kind of answer I should give you. So basically, I'll be truthful, because I will not speak like a diplomat, because I am a soldier from heart. And I've been in the system for 37 years. And what ails the system, I think most of us know it. But to summarize my thoughts about the system is, the first and the foremost, we talk about integration. We have integrated headquarter of defense, a so-called integrated headquarter of defense. Are we really integrated? That is the question I want to ask everybody here. Because unless we are integrated, what Colonel Kuber is saying will manifest in our operational readiness, our operational capability, and our operational strength. Were we happy to give our fighting soldiers the INSAS rifle, knowing fully well this rifle is below par? It is no match to the adversary or to the terrorist who has an AK-47 series of rifle with him. The rate of fire, the reliability. I was talking to a special forces officer. I want to narrate the incident to you because it is straight from the operations of the special forces. He told me, sir, I asked him that why is special forces so special? Because surgical strikes, all this, we are aware. They went into Pakistan, came back.
So has the boardroom delivered?
Okay, now no, I just want to narrate this example, and then I'll come to that.
we're running out of time. I have to ask more questions.
The boardroom has delivered to a certain extent. I would not say the boardroom has not delivered under the constraints of budget, because we are governed by what we have.
May I tell you, General, always the finance minister has been telling the nation all the time, there is no constraint in budget. All yours.
No, I don't tend to agree with that statement.
With the finance minister
Yes,
statement?
I don't tend to agree, because our perspective planning, we are making our roll-on plans. We are making a 5-year, 10-year, and a 15-year road plan. Have we been able to accomplish any of these plans in the time frame we want them to be accomplished? The way the technology is changing, have been able to make up the shortfall of deficiency in the Air Force quadrants?
So I want to interrupt you here. I believe what the finance minister says. I believe what the prime minister says, that there is no constraint in budget. You know what happens? The boardroom has not been able to deliver. Your programs are not sticking to timelines. Your programs are not following the procedures that the way they should follow. Your programs are always stalled at some level, and that is why budget doesn't get released.
You know why they are stalled? Because we come up with a defense procurement procedure which is running into 400 pages. Nobody has the time to even read that procedure. It is so voluminous, and it has a bottleneck at every step. We have a defense acquisition procedure 2020, which has recently been revised. Please, I would like someone in the audience to tell me that after the revision of the procedure, have we been able to achieve much? You see, what happens is that trust is an important factor. When you don't trust your own people in carrying out acquisitions, then you come up with a fast track procedure, because that is your immediate requirement. What happened in China? We went with a begging bowl to the United States, to Israel, to actually get all these technical weapon systems, which we were not having. We have already thought about having these weapon systems in the army, but then according to these constraints, we were not able to buy them. And now, when the adversary is at our doorstep, you knocking at the LAC, we are running to buy this weapon system at 10 times the cost.
So, General, I think you made a very important statement, and that is the boardroom has been able to deliver to a certain extent. So I want to take it from there. And one of the things the Air Marshal mentioned is about technology. You see, the Navy, to my mind, is far more ahead in this curve. They have a VC, they have the Directorate of Naval Design. They have got, all the ships are being designed in India. Everything is happening like that. Then the Army came up with a wonderful Army Design Bureau. I do not know if they do design, but I want to ask Air Commodore Mittal, because he's heading the Air Force design aerospace. He's heading the Directorate of Aerospace Design, and let me tell you, this is one of the necessities or need of the hour. While we are talking about some 2,000 aircrafts that are flying, we are talking about so many rotary wings that are there. We are going to be seeing an influx in the civil helicopter market. We are going to see the UDAN scheme coming up. Sir, would you like to tell us what exactly is this aerospace design and how it will contribute towards enhancing the soldiers' capability on the battlefield?
Fine. 15 seconds to thank God for putting me in, along with such luminaries, Colonel Kuber, Emerson Mukherjee, General Kochar. I've been looking for the advice to thank them, and also to thank Colonel Kuber to not put a difficult question as he put for the General Kochar. My thing is very easy, and it has been made easier by the earlier presentation by Varun Gupta, by General Kapoor. We in Air Force are looking for niche technologies. What are these? Always very simple: artificial intelligence, or robotics, or blockchain. But for what? For making future air dominance through autonomous systems. Whether we all used to talk about C4I2SR, today we have been introduced with the term of C7I2SR. Cybersecurity, how an air force can be self-reliant on Atmanirbhar if their communication system, and that's too with the cryptic or secured communication system, is not really fully secured and it's not really fully indigenous. So we are looking things for that. For that, we have to come to the quantum communication. The complete, like Mr. Varun Gupta talked, we have got so many systems, whether it is called EMMS or EMALS or ERP for the ADAM or for the accounting, but humongous amount of data is there. Now, data is one thing, deriving from these data intelligence, and deriving from that intelligence a decision support systems to make the boardroom capable to see that in future no Colonel Kuber sitting in Hotel Oberoi says that you have failed the person on the battle lines. That is the requirement what Air Force is looking for.
Excellent, sir. So that's so nice of you that you mentioned that, because I in no means said whatever I said, but I said. So what I want to tell you now is, can I ask you a specific question if you don't mind? So very recently, Air Force has moved a proposal worth over 1,400 crores for acquiring Rudram next generation anti-radiation missile to search and destroy enemy radar locations. So I see this as a concept evolving at the boardroom. Obviously, this requirement has not come from the battlefield. This has evolved from the boardroom. And would you like to tell about such initiatives that the Air Force is looking at, or? Yeah.
So I will not talk about the specific project, and that too, for which information should not clearly come in the public domain here. But certainly, as I'll take it further from what I was speaking, we are looking for the many things which can support and firstly reduce the decision time, which can reduce the cost, because in the field of aeronautics, which is one of the most critical field, where a wrong decision can not only cost money, it can cost many of the lives. So we are looking for, let's take the example of simulators, or let's take the example for the large force employment, LFEs, or let's take the example from we are doing the exercise in the ITA, where the red forces are there, blue forces are there, and we are spending again huge amount of money, resource, and time. How all these things, or at least 80 to 90% of that, can be done in a simulated environment, giving similar results, but much better learnings.
I have 3 more questions to ask the panel, and I want to encourage the audience to have at least 4 or 5 questions by the time we do this. But I want to move from here to our former AOSNC, because he's one of the respected persons whom which I have the privilege of working together with, hand in hand, glove in glove. And therefore, you see, so one of the boardroom decisions of the Indian Air Force, which I say with pride, is this entire concept of C295. For the audience, for those people who are not aware of this program, this was way back in 2004, 2005, when the Air Force conceived that we need the replacement of the existing aircrafts, which was the British origin, and they said no HAL. And you see, there was protest from HAL. DDP was saying, no, we should, because after all, DDP. So, HAL, my DPSU and all that. The Raksha Mantri said, Mr. Anthony, I remember, he said, no, HAL. And HAL also said HAL. Air Force said no HAL. And it went on. And therefore, the program got a little delayed. And today we have the C295 being done by the Tatas. And we are also going to have a Boeing and a Lockheed in India. So, Air Marshal, what do you think this type of a revolution and getting a private aerospace player onto the field to compete with the DPSU, how well is it going to do for the country?
Two things I would say. One is the first factor is the need for indigenization and Atmanirbharta. We have faced this problem in our service careers where we've been so dependent on a foreign country for what we needed from them. And the chain has either got delayed or been cut off. I used to fly the MiG-25, strategic reconnaissance aeroplane. And we were the initial lot of people where our fuel and our tires and all that stuff came from Russia. And the Iraq-Iran war had started and the Suez Canal was closed. So now the ships had to route around the Cape of Good Hope. And we in the squadron, the whole squadron used to be grounded because we had a special type of fuel because of, we used to fly in the stratosphere and not in the regular troposphere. We had a special type of fuel that we used in the aircraft. And we were dependent on Russia for that fuel. And the supply wouldn't come for 3 months. We would be sitting on the ground for 3 months. Those were the states, they didn't allow us to, they didn't allow Dunlop to make tires. They said, no, they're not good enough. 5 years after I left the unit, or when I went back as a CO, we had Dunlop tires and we had Indian Oil supplying the fuel. So it's a question of getting indigenization and getting your stuff in-house for one. Secondly, why do we want to move away from a renowned PSU, I would say, or a thing like HAL? A lot of us have also suffered, I'm sorry to say this in public, suffered the items that have come out of HAL. And we've had to continue to use it and do what we could with it. We've also seen, after I retired, of course, a case that had started in our time in 2005, the MMRCA program, which got shelved, and then the current Prime Minister went and got the Rafales, 36 Rafales, to undercut and remove that old system from its place. But what we found is that a huge system like HAL wouldn't let you allow you to move away from them, and we were dependent on them. The Rafale, for that matter, they had said that they will produce the Rafale, but they will not give a stand warranty for it. I think that was a very pathetic statement to my mind. Notwithstanding, I think moving away from an established PSU to work on your own, we expect to get a better item on the table for one, and better quality, and at a faster response. And so this program of C295 is a program that I expect to see fructify extremely well and replace the HS748 as early as possible.
Absolutely. So you talked about timely, you talked about quality, and I'm talking about companies like Adani's who have been, I would say, at some time I used to say they are the new guys on the block. I don't think they are anymore. They're already producing the mails. It's going outside. They're producing the ammunition. They're producing the rifles. And like, for example, L&T. I always tell L&T has never delivered any system in time, to the armed forces. They've always delivered ahead of time. Always. Every private company delivers the system ahead of time and puts the MOD or puts the armed forces in a fix that they have to release the final payment. And here comes the finance. And I was just chatting with a joint a CDA some time back, and I said, are we ready to, because if there is a 24-month program and you deliver in 11 months, are you ready with the money? And therefore, that question comes. So I'm going to ask you a question, Air Commodore, on technology versus skill. I just want you to keep thinking about that. While I want to quickly ask a question to my friend Rajan. You see this Ukraine war or conflict, if I were to call it. I don't know whether to call it a war or a conflict. I don't think Russians are sitting here. But anyway, even if they're sitting, it's a conflict or a war. One thing, one major lesson that comes out of this conflict is this: interdependency. You need to have good friends. You need to have people to support you at the time of crisis. And friendship is all about that. And when I see so many systems getting inducted from Germany, from Poland, from France, from UK, from Russia, from US, that particular missile, that the javelin comes and this fellow fires and it goes off. The TB2 comes, it knocks off a few this thing. If 5 Russian generals lost their lives, it's because they were sitting next to a jammer and the jammer was radiating and that was caught in Poland. So, Rajan, I want to ask you this question. Like you talked about the DPP 700 pages and all that. Anyway, most of the 700 pages are for internal consumption. That's not for us. For us, it's only the first 20, 30 pages. But to tell you, we insist on, that Sipai Nathur Singh should be trained. I want MET. I want, this. I want the training. Here is a javelin which comes, the Ukrainian fellow fires and, is there a chance that we can cut down this whole boardroom to battlefield?
A very good question. I will answer this question in 2 perspectives. One is the training of a soldier and training on equipment. Training on a soldier cannot be compromised. The way Indian Army is doing its training and the time frame we take to train our soldiers over a period of time is warranted. We have seen it in Ukraine war that the Agniveers there were found lacking in their capability to fight and be mentally strong. And that is why we are seeing so many casualties taking place among the Russians also. So this aspect of training of a soldier, I would subscribe to actually what is happening. The way the Indian Army trains the soldiers, it's a time-tested training, and it has also seen results. Take it, Kargil, when you had to launch an attack on a hill feature which was 80 degrees incline, you were able to do it because of the mental and the physical toughness of the Indian soldier. Now, coming to the question on technology, and a very, very pertinent aspect has actually come about, that when these missile systems are getting inducted overnight and they are being used by the armies now, be it the Ukrainian army or the German army, like he's mentioned, the Polish, etc. How much time has been given for a soldier to train on that equipment? That time is the way we take our timing and the way we do the trial and testing and our procedures and self-certification is also coming in, all these things. We take years. I was looking after the procurement in the Indian Army. To induct a new equipment in the Indian Army, it used to take, or it still takes, almost 5 years. Is this the period we are looking for when a Ukraine example is in front of us? And it is extremely important to understand this, that today with the technology coming in, the type of weapon system which are coming in, there is no a question of repairing a system any longer. You use a system, function it, and you discard it. That is the type of systems which are actually coming in the Millar's, which has rained actually havoc on the Russian tanks. The US system is a fire and forget system. And that is what the technology is all about today. So we have to adapt. The second aspect is we are getting into autonomous systems now, semi-autonomous systems now. We are talking of tanks today working on a semi-autonomous system. It actually means that everything is done by technology except for uh, pushing the button or pulling the trigger. Each and every aspect of acquiring the target, detecting the target, engaging the target, and destroying the target is done by technology. So we have to we are talking about underwater systems today, as Dr. Ajay Singh also mentioned, Ajay Kumar also mentioned. There is a need because the new realm of warfare is going to be underwater systems now because they are difficult to detect.
So therefore, you're feeling that this 5 years induction is too long, and therefore we need to cut it short.
Absolutely.
So yeah. So therefore, you see, the point is there is a boardroom in the White House. They just decide pump $46 billion into Ukraine, and here is the Raytheon which puts in some missiles, and here is the Ukrainian soldier who fires, and here is the Russian tank which gets a casualty. I think that was too fast. But once Air Marshal talked about technology. Uh, you also talked about AI, VR, AR. I don't understand any of them, but I believe in most systems, AI integrated and all that. But tell me, is that all, or is there something to do with skilling our people? Is there anything about that? Can you?
No, they both the things, technology and skill, they both the things are equally important and equally required. As the technology goes and becomes niche, it should ensure that it should become simple also. If I give you a system today which is worth billions of rupees or billions of dollars, I should also give the system that a person who is just taken on the role day before yesterday also with a minimal amount of training should also be able to operate.
Absolutely, ladies and
That's
gentlemen.
how it should be.
Yeah.
Because time has gone, and here I will like to differ with General Kocher that we can train the soldier for years and years. Time has come that you have to make them relevant, contemporary, for quick to adopt the technology, at the same time get the system which makes learning and operating it equally easy. Repairing or second line servicing, third line servicing can be taken care of by the other aspects. Operation should be simple so that anyone and every
Graduates and postgraduates applying for that, and I think you're talking about a very, very interesting point. I just wanted you to highlight the skill aspect because you've done such a fantastic job in skill. Can you, for 2 minutes, to the audience, because I want them to know what you have done, and because I'm aware, ladies and gentlemen, here is a pioneer who's done something which only one person has done. Yeah.
So fine, what Colonel Kuber is talking about is what I did on my previous appointment. See, we in Air Force, Army or Navy all have people who are working on highly technology sensitive equipment. And till the time we make them skilled, it is not possible to get the result. Fine, you can make them qualified to work on the system. But if you don't test them, then there is no use of that thing because Takaser Bhaji and Takaser Khaja, it can't be there. Everyone has to be mapped for his skill and he has to be given that grade. So we in Air Force brought up, firstly, a skill testing mechanism. Anyone and everyone has to be a qualified person and he will be known with a skill grade D, C, B, or A. At the same time, you can't be aloof and live in the silos. So Air Force adopted this. Firstly, this testing mechanism was certified with ISO 17024 certification, which is the stringent of the certification by the outside bodies. And then we adopted it with the National Skill Qualification Framework so that an Air Force MWO who may be installed in a system because he has devoted his 10, 15, 20 years can also claim to be a doctorate. That much of the qualification, because National Skill Qualification allows you that your education otherwise on other than informal education can also be given respect and recognition. So we worked on that in National Skill Qualification Framework so that Firstly, my person gets a pride, and secondly, what a person gets duly recognized by the government. And that's how the advanced countries, if you see Australia, New Zealand, or Germany, are giving that skill gets as much importance as education or the degree.
Air Commodore Rajiv Mittal, worthy of emulation. That was excellent. I think the other two services should also follow lead. Rajan, you wanted to say something on skill because you also worked on that.
Yeah, see, I just want to comment on what your Air Commodore has said about skill. Air Force has gone ahead with it and carrying out some
Questions?
kind of a certification in the skill development. But we in the Indian Army also need to do something about it. Day before yesterday, I was attending a seminar on skill development, which was organized by the Economic Times. And I happened to meet the head of the LinkedIn. And LinkedIn is an organization which is running almost 16,000 courses on skill development. And Indian Air Force is becoming a client there. And here is an opportunity, I feel, that once we enroll our men into service, we need to skill them. He can be a technician, he can be aviator, he can be a carpenter, he can be a vehicle mechanic, or he can be anything who is actually working in our organization. But we don't have a method of classification of their skills. It is extremely important to have a collaboration with professional organizations, and it need not be LinkedIn. It could be any other organization. It could be any other organization which has the skill set to impart to the Indian Army. So I just wanted to add
Thank
on
you.
to that.
Thank you, Rajan. I've got 24 more questions, but I want to pass it for the next time. And may I request Dr. Jairaj? Yeah. So while Dr. Jairaj comes up with a mic there, udhar, samne de dijiye. While he comes up with a mic to ask a question to the panel, and I want the others also to be ready so that I can shoot to either sides as well. I want to say one thing about the whole thing from boardroom to battlefield. In the entire acquisition process, there are stakeholders and there are non-stakeholders. Stakeholders are the guys who want the weapons. Stakeholders are the guys who manufacture the weapons. Stakeholders are the guys who provide the technology to the weapons. The rest of the system is working backwards to make sure that the acquisition doesn't take place. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jairaj, sir, your question.
Namaskar, sir. I'm Dr. Jairaj Nayak. I belong to 2001 batch Indian Defence Account Service. Presently working as Joint Controller General Defence Accounts. My question is it was very good talk that first of all, thank you so much for the entire panel for giving a deep insight into the subject and the deliberations that took place and educating entire forum. My basic question is now to all the panel, anybody can this thing. What we are talking is the difference between the boardroom and actual soldier. But one missing link is whenever we see boardroom interactions that we come across, whether my close interaction, like I was part of Sikh regiment and I was there for 1.5 years in uniform and then subsequently in NDC and various places. So having been seen the things closely, wherein what happens is the three services and within the intra-service, also there is some amount of lack of coordination among the services. So is it not the time to think and debate over and come out with a strategy inside the organization as to have a synergism among three services? Or within the organization with different this thing like EME, signals, infantry, artillery. So they are working in silos. And would it not make a better decision maker if there is a proper coordination among these things? In this regard, the theater command concept which has come up and it's going up, but what is your view on this thing?
So just to cut the time short, what I'll say is, the question is so pertinent. When you have 1.2 million armed forces, I think together we may be about 3 million, according to everybody. There will be differences. And I think differences are good many times. And in spite of, Many times all the three chiefs being from the same NDA course, and you do so many courses together. And there is an NDC which you have done. There is with other services as well. And so this is, but then there is an headquarter ideas, though Rajan called it so-called, but I think it is there, and today they are pretty effective. And I see a lot of tenders, opportunities, think tank, and a lot of thought process coming out of headquarter ideas. So I think that's working. Marshall, would you like to address this, because I thought your views will be necessary for him.
I think a lot of people here have had the opportunity, like I did. I served in the US as the attaché in the embassy for 3 years. We had all the attachés from so many different countries. So we would talk and discuss the militaries in each of the countries as and when we got along. We found that the turf war is a very common factor across the world. So the army will say, this is useless, and the Air Force will say that is useless, and it'll just carry on.
Sir,
doesn't
sorry,
merge.
sir. All of them are useful and all of them are coordinating. The basic context of the question was the theater command that was coming up in the future. How is it going to be future helpful? That was my mistake.
So theater commands are a little away, but Air Force has got an opinion, Army has got an opinion, the Navy has got an opinion, because you see, I'll tell you the fundamental aspect of theater command. We are not a country that goes and fights war in other geographies. We are a nation that fights war in our own geography. We fight a war to protect our geography. We fight a war to ensure peace in the world. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is our concept, our philosophy, our blood, our DNA. And therefore, theater commands, to my mind, I'm a very personal view, theater commands are required where you want to go and put your finger anywhere else in the world. And that's not the DNA with us. And I think, and since there are no more questions, oh God, so many. I can't refuse General Anil Kapoor, my friend. Yeah.
And I can't help asking Kuber, my co-mate. But thank you for this. I kept a scooter for 7 years, a car for 12 years, and changed it. But I became the DGME, and throughout my life, I realized that all the armed forces, all three of us, keep systems for over 50, 60 years and want to treat it as good as new. I mean, I'm sure the Air Marshal would agree with me that even when a MiG flew under his command, he would expect it to do the mission the way it came when it inducted. So in all forums, what I've seen is there's a huge amount of discussion on acquisition, on future, but I think a big part of the future lies in managing legacy. And unless we learn how to manage legacy well, we do it wrong every time. And therefore, to my mind, it's a comment, but if anybody's got some views on this, I would love to hear that. I feel that in every forum, we should see how do we integrate the Gen X, the Gen Y, the Gen Z, which is yesterday, to Gen Alpha, which is the next gen. And I think if we can look at this continuum, we would do a good job, whether it is DPP, DPR, or any other document. More importantly, the industry, we are calling ourselves Atmanirbhar. We should look at life cycle, which I also alluded to, and not just the tip of the iceberg, which is the world view of everything that is seen. Thank you.
If I were a decision maker, I would have made you the Chief Technology Officer of the Armed Forces. So yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very valid thing from there. A group captain, would you? But very quickly, please, we are actually running out of time.
My first question is to M. Marshal Mukherjee. Your theme is future technology edge. 10, 20, 30 years henceforth, our adversaries' technology gap versus world is reducing.
Thank you for that.
What are the 3 steps India has to do, bare minimum, to ensure even if we are not able to match, we are able to get a disruptive capability? One. Second, we have a C295, very good words about the private sector. How are we sure that it will not become another MiG-21? Do we have a roadmap for indigenous development of C295? If in a public domain, and what is it? And so one question of yours, in the beginning you asked, Is Atmanirbhar good for defense services? So this question is back to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, frankly speaking, what we have lacked, I feel, all along is a research and development, the strength in research and development in the country. And like we had been talking earlier, and we've had a couple of speakers also say that till you have a system which sort of moves and drives a particular item or a system or a process, you will never get far, and you will just stagnate in wherever you are. So there's a need for research, development, far thinking, and the ability to bypass, I wouldn't say bypass, but at least give a pathway across bureaucracy to allow it to function well and allow the development to follow a certain path. That is one. The C-295, whether it will, stagnate like the old MiG-21, it is all dependent, I feel, on, a process that I think we worked on right from 2005. The two of us have worked in that during the defense procurement procedures and all that. And the idea was the life cycle cost, which the general just talked about. You have to have this plan of the life cycle cost and follow it through. Because if you're able to follow a life cycle cost and keep upgrading a system as it goes along, and the upgradation can only come through innovation and technology. So we have found that over periods, nobody in the world, not even the United States, can afford to buy new systems every time. They have to fall back to the legacy and upgrade the legacy to a level. And the architecture must be so catered for. So whatever you buy, the C-295 is one, whether it's the Rafale that you've got, or you're getting the Su-30 MKI, some more, or whatever, whichever aeroplane you go for, any platform, the platform has to have the architecture to absorb, to adopt, and adapt to new technology as it comes along.
Air Commodore, Atmanirbhar.
Fine. Atmanirbhar for defense, whether it should be or it's not be, yes. Whether it can be, yes. I'll tell both the things in 15 seconds and 45 seconds. Number one, why it should be. See, one has to be a student of history to tell the future. You see the history of any country of the world. Whoever has been a superpower or whoever has ruled the world, he has been Atmanirbhar in his defense. If you are not Atmanirbhar in your own Raksha, you cannot be a superpower, you cannot be Atmanirbhar. Take it for granted. So it should be. Can it be? Yes. Why? Because in my present engagement, when I have seen and I have gone to the young entrepreneurs, startups, individual innovators with the very complex problem definition statement, with my service of 36 years, I thought it will be very, very difficult, and it may cost crores and crores, which is beyond the budget of 1.5 CR or 10 CR of the DIO. And when I give it to the young students of IITs or even individual innovators, never I have got an answer of no. Every time they have come out with a solution, and they have come out with a solution, and they are delivering the product much ahead of time. So has India got it? Yes, we have it. And if we have it, and we should have it, we should certainly go for it.
Thank you, Air Commodore. That was the last word. What you guys cannot see is this lady is having a hammer in her left hand, and she says, if you do not conclude in the next 10 seconds, I'm going to put it on your head. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I just want to say, I was in a small conference some time ago in which there were a number of foreign OEMs, and they said, are you guys in India even realistic, asking for 50% indigenous content? And, there was a silence, and, that spirit in me did not allow me to keep quiet. And I said, there comes a time in a nation's journey that it has to start looking inwards. We have been importing for the last so many years. We have the notorious fame of being the largest importers of weapon systems in the world. I think we want to reverse that. The Indian industry has come of age. It was not the industry of the 60s. Turkey has embarked on this 12 years ago, and therefore they are where they are today. And India is definitely on a very wonderful path. And ladies and gentlemen, from the boardroom to the battlefield, we have a very wonderful journey. And in that journey, I really wish that we are going to see a transformation and a transformational change for the nation. Thank you very much.
You. Hello, check. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I would be requesting all of you to kindly stay back for a while so that I can call Dr. Rakesh Sharma on this stage to felicitate or rather present a memento to all the esteemed guests. Thank you so much. Can we have the mementos, please? It was indeed a very fruitful session, I must say.
वो आदत जाती नहीं है ना शादी वाली।
Can we all give them a round of applause, everyone? We are very glad to have all of you with us today. Thank you so much. And no worries, actually. Everything you spoke had a very higher values. So that is something which we are always looking for. Thank you so much. And as we are moving further, we have Colonel Manik Anand, PO Aerospace System, Ministry of Defense, who is going to be talking about niche technologies required from Indian defense industry. We're going to have a small presentation by him. Would be requesting the staff to kindly shift the tables if possible. So over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor, and I would like to thank Dr. Rakesh, the CEO of Tech Observer, Mr. Vinod Solomon, the General Secretary of the Southern Indian Chamber of Commerce, to my esteemed seniors from the National Defense Academy, to Dr. Ajay Kumar, our previous boss, under whose guidance all this has been going on for so many years, General Kapoor, General Rajan, Colonel Kuber, and all the luminaries. So there were a lot of things talked about, and I look after all the aerospace projects of the country, right from the lighter ammunition from a BMP of a cannon to monitoring AMCA. Certain things which were raised since the time they clear, I'll just take a minute. Colonel Kuber said ahead of time. Yes, you're right when you said the industry is proactive. 2 months back, EL, solar industry, gave 14 types of loiter ammunition. And since I'm on good terms with IDS, so I was also invited. And they said they produced 14 different kind of loiters, including blowing of mines. And the services are yet to form the PSQR. So yes, the industry is very proactive. Mr. Ashok Wadhawan is here. I've been dealing with them. I went to the aerospace parks just last week in Hyderabad, and I never knew that what wonderful world-class things we're doing. with the foreign this thing. DAP 2020. I know it's a voluminous document, 637 pages, but Colonel Kuber sir, where are you? He's out, okay. He rightly pointed out there are certain pages you should know where to look for. Skill set, yes. And I'm thankful to General Kapoor for telling us C7 ISR, which I didn't know as a military professional. And yes, sir, you really brought out nicely, manage the legacy equipment. So ladies and gentlemen, whatever I'm trying to tell you today is an open domain. I give credit to FICI, SIDM, SICI, and some consultants like Colonel Kuber. So there's nothing classified about what I'm going to speak. I've just compiled, and the Department of Defense production is going all out to support the Indian defense industry. We are encouraging startups to combine with the big boys like ADSTL, TASL, and as General Kapoor had rightly brought out and Dr. Ajay Kumar in the morning session, we're trying to create an ecosystem of academia, research, and people with the money. Okay. So predicting future isn't magic. It's artificial intelligence. Machine intelligence is the last invention that humanity will ever need to make. So coming to the topic which I chose for myself, and gentlemen, we have been at this summit for the last 2 months. Muhammad Ujala must be a tired man. I was troubling until midnight yesterday, but I think he would be very happy as to what is going on right now. Okay, so technology is a strategic force, Nations that are best able to anticipate and exploit technical opportunities may have a decisive edge in future conflicts. Conventional warfare is being replaced by hybrid approaches that combine cyber warfare and other frontiers. We need to focus on new innovative technologies, which I'm going to list out shortly, which will transform the battlefield in the future with the aim of improving military efficiency and enhancing defense operations. Future wars will be fought, as brought out by previous speakers, on autonomous technologies, quantum. The Prime Minister talks of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We in the DDP talk of technological Atmanirbharta. And that's why this summit is all about. In defense, we'll be focusing on cutting-edge areas and developing indigenous technologies and systems. And I've been dealing with various industry partners. The biggest issue is today holding the intellectual property in India. And we are working that to a great extent. Okay, I'll first give you a preview. Gentlemen, this is going live all across the world to various people. It's online. You can't see them because my presentation is going on. So there are a lot of people online also, courtesy Southern Indian Chamber of Commerce, who are listening to us as we speak. So I'll give you an overview of the Indian defense industry. Since I look after, I'm the director of aerospace, so aerospace comes close to my heart. Also being an air defense guy and served with the Air Force most of my career. Then talk of naval, and lastly, the service which I belong, land systems. Okay, I'll just give you an overview of, what is required. There are 3 big pillars. One are the defense public sector undertakings. We have 16 of them with the 8.5 billion capital. We have got 52 DRDO labs, and you name it. This is all made in India. Just the capability of our DPSUs. Here we have, HAL. The CNC talked about HAL and Commodore. Things have changed. When on 3rd December, the PMO issued the policy letter on Buy Global. All the DPSUs are accountable, and we are making sure that they give quality product to our services. This is the biggest landmark reform as far as the defense industry is concerned in independent India. And courtesy the Prime Minister who bit the bullet, and we had the setting of the 7 new defense companies. This company, Munitions India Limited, is going to earn 1,000 crores profit in this financial year, 1,000 crores. So this is dedicated to the nation by our Honorable Prime Minister. And there were a lot of issues involved since my directorate was that a lot of problems were there, a lot of litigation, but we bit the bullet and it's doing well. Let me assure you. Now coming on to our brothers in the private sector, I could just list, so please don't mind if I missed out because, so they are also capable and doing all this. Ashok, I'm sorry, this is an old slide. I had not met you, so AD is still, slide is 7 months old in one of this thing, so please don't mind. I think, so. Okay, now these are the boys I'm dealing with these days. Skyroot Space, the new kids on the block, launched the thing from ISRO. Idea Forge, I had a nearly 1 hour conversation with Ankit Mehta yesterday before I came for the presentation. He gave me some valid inputs. Samir is not here, Joshi. Defense Secretary talked about him. The poster boy of the startups in India. And all these Big Bam, Boom, Bot Lab, New Space would be in the afternoon session. And I'm sure you must encourage them. So we have a very vibrant startup culture. And to give you an example, I conducted the Argentine delegation where the air chief and the defense secretary came in March. And we got all these guys to meet them and present their products in ITC Moria in Delhi. And then they went to HAL, and HAL, we organized that. So what we are doing right now is promoting this, all these youngsters. One thing I would like to take credit for is like what we did in the Defense Expo, where there's a startup called as US Numerics, Abhishek Jain. And he and L&T gave us proposals. So we tied both of them, and they are going to do weaponized herons for the entire 3 services. So we are trying to be as facilitative as possible. And with people like Ashok and others, the big boys, we're trying to encourage them to niche technologies, which will be coming slightly later. So we are an emerging investing destination because of friendly policies. India in the last 8 years has jumped 65 places in the world of ease of doing business from 130 to 65. And I'm sure in a year or two, we'll be in the top 50 in the world. We have a sound defense industrial ecosystem, which comprises of the 3 pillars, the DPSUs, the private industry, and the startups. Availability of skill set, this was talked about. Yes, since we're dealing with industry on a daily basis, so we feel that, yeah, we have got the skill set, and the tiger is roaring. Okay, we have these industrial corridors. The air chief, the ex-air chief talked about in the morning session. I'll not go on that. The positive indigenization lists, 4th one taken out, and that's going to be a thing for the industry. And we want to be the part of the global value chain, and make in India and make for the world is the DDP tagline. Point number 3, I know the industry has got some issues on that, but we are working on it. And point number 4 is very close to my heart, and we've got a lot of issues on this, and we need to ensure that the IPR rests with us, and we actually follow by Indian IDDM in letter and spirit. Okay, there are some foreign friends worldwide, so this slide is meant for them. The Raksha Mantri, before the valedictory address, said that Atmanirbharta does not mean isolation. Aerospace and defense, we cannot be in isolation, and nobody can be. You can never achieve 100% IDDM. It's a fallacy. It cannot be achieved. So yes, we look forward for the joint ventures, provided they play with the rules of the game, as enshrined in DAP 2020. These are some success foreign stories which I've seen personally myself last week. And this is the one which gives us the confidence that slowly and steadily, 2030 is the timeline when India will become a defense manufacturing hub. So day by day, you would see this is coming and everything getting banned from import, and it's good for our private industry and giving a thing to our MSMEs, an impetus to R&D. So these are our interests covered in the morning: AI, cyber, advanced simulators, unmanned systems, radars, surveillance, and robotics. Okay, these are some of the things talked about in the morning. I'll not repeat what is already talked about. So hypersonic technology, speed greater than 5 Mach, ramjet, utilizing the incoming air, high power microwave to disrupt sensitive electronics. And this is for the industry partners who are watching this presentation, that this is a requirement of the services. High energy lasers, if you have to keep pace with the time. So we need to develop some R&D, we need to pump in money, especially the big boys in the defense industry. The first 2 points are from Ankit Mehta. He said, sir, you please tell them to the industry tomorrow. So he says, nano radars. As per him, we want to miniaturize all the components on the airborne platforms. General Kapoor talked about cognitive technologies, asymmetric. I'll just dwell on that further. That's a nano radar. If you see, this is the nano radar, okay? So we need to have offensive cyber and non-lethal weapons, smart materials, word in the later. We are adopting, I attended the 5G summit. I think it was in this hall only a month back. So 5G, 6G, and predictive maintenance. So predictive maintenance. General Kapoor talked about legacy equipment, sir. I am talking of predictive maintenance, you know, how the new generation of aircraft, the sensors should be such that they warn the human guy, listen, there's something wrong with your aircraft or your weapon or your platform. So as somebody rightly brought in the last session, LinkedIn is a beautiful platform, and I'm following a lot of the Indian companies and startups on that. So we come to know on daily basis when I travel metro from my work to home and back. That's the LinkedIn time which I get to keep myself update on what is the industry doing about it. So predictive maintenance is one which I see in the Western world. I think we in India also need to talk about smart materials. I'll just come a little later. So people not versed with the military asymmetry, you know, between two forces or entities who are not relatively powerful. You may have something what's happening in Iraq, in Afghanistan earlier, something essentially a violent combat between a formal military and an informal, less equipped and supported, undermanned but resilient and moderate opponent. So we need to work on that. And I think for that, you have non-lethal weapons to fight that kind of wars, for example, in the built-up area. Then you have smart materials, materials that can change shape or behavior with hot water, pressure, chemical, light, heat. And these find specialization and application in aerospace and electronics. Then you have cognitive technologies, which General Kapoor was talking about, and would extend the power of information technology to tasks traditionally performed by humans, so you utilize the human brain and use the aim being that you use the humans in more complex tasks and not mundane tasks, and you replace them with machines. This is what when I was doing my research for this presentation, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA in the US, is working on sensor plants, which uses plants to gather intelligence information. I was surprised. Look where the world is going. So we need to really catch up with people. Okay, now coming to my aerospace domain. Aero engines, as we all know, is a criticality. We had a seminar in the Def Expo just thing on air engines. So we are urging the bigger industries to take this forward, either through the special purpose vehicle model, TOT, whatever. because this, I think, is the crux in the aerospace domain, the aero engines. Hail. German Atomics is after us to get those predators, but we want to have a good deal for our country. And we have told TASL, we have told ADSTL how they can get this technology. Ashok has got Hermes 900, but they'll mange more. Now you have to go from graduate from male to hill. So let's see how you guys can do it. So critical components for drones. This is the point from Group Captain Narang when I was discussing with him my presentation. And even Ankit told me this. Ankit sent me a presentation in the morning where he talks about the American Defense Department having banned anything because a lot of things is they found Chinese embedded sensors in their flight controllers, and the information goes getting relayed back to China. So this is the thing, and since we monitor all the aerospace projects and drones, people are getting berserk, left, right, and center. Even 12th class pass wants to make a drone and then sell it to the services. So we need to have these technologies homegrown, flight controllers, operating system, cameras. We don't want, and my biggest worry is that right now as we speak, and some of them have confided me that a lot of things is coming from China. So if we do this, whether the balloon goes up, I'm afraid our own information will be going back to the Chinese servers. So we need to really be very, these have got implications on national security. Simulation software. Radars for drone detection. Can you explain this point, Group Captain Narang, for me so that I have a dialogue? Can you please give the mic to him? This is from a study which he did with headquarter IDS and all. All these points are from that study. So let's make it more dialogue.
Yeah, radar basically drone detection. Detecting a small, slow, low-flying drone is a challenge. DRDO has developed one radar, but we need more accurate radars which can give more assured detection, identification, and tracking capabilities of rogue drones in a non-cooperative manner. So these are the new technologies, multiple in, multiple out, and PCL radars, which are evolving technologies. And India has developed counter-drone system through indigenous some of the startups. So there is a potential for these technologies to evolve into the next generation of counter-drone systems. Many of the indigenous counter-drone systems inducted by defense forces are indigenous. So I think it's a potential and opportunity for Indian industry as well as innovators to come up with these new technologies to fill the critical technology gaps and evolving drone threat. Thank you. And one more part which probably comes up is whatever counter-drone systems are being developed, tomorrow's threat is not only to the ground systems, but also our flying systems. So we will have to integrate these systems in our future platforms. Thank you.
Passive coherent location radar. Thank you, Group Narang. Passive coherent location radar utilizes the already emissions in the air, from various signals, and then it uses already to detect targets. Beautiful concept. So you require high energy lasers, you require high powered microwave. Group Captain Narang has done a wonderful study. If you have a thing, you must access to it. And we are trying to get the in-house orders out in the MOD before we go to civil aviation and MHA. And we have Colonel Gaurav Srivastav from the NSCS also here. So our recommendation is that we need to all get together to sort out this. Another thing is unified traffic management system, which we need to be very careful about. We are talking about threat-raised commands. So what's happening right now, another worry of mine is that you have various startups, various industry partners giving us drones. There are no standardized data protocols, okay? So once we'll have air defense command or will we have a threat-raised command, how will these speak to those data centers? That's a worry, which we need to be very careful of. And we requested the think tanks like Group Captain Narang, Drone Federation of India, other think tanks to work on this and get a solution fast. And the last point I've already covered earlier. You don't have standard protocols, you're going to play merry hell in times to come. So this is the report of FICCI, Sumit Gupta, and I think headed by Ashish Rajvanshi, who's the FICCI chairman for drones, including Ankit. So I got this data. So they're talking about hydrogen fuel cells, advanced processing chips. I know in Gujarat, we have made some headway. We're going to get some semiconductors into India, but it may take some time. So cloud computing, AI, 5G, all requires to be homegrown. So coming on to the naval systems, stealth is a technology we want. Stealth warships, stealth submarines, fuel cell-based air-independent propulsion. Nikunj Prashar is working on this third point, autonomous underwater vehicle. I had a privilege to Saga Defense Engineering, and I had a privilege to listen to his talk in one of the TDF webinars of DRDO. So a lot of effort is going on. Advanced electronics, computation, and energy storage power systems. Actually, this whole lot of things. I've just listed out a few, because of paucity of time. In 20 minutes, you cannot cover everything. So I'm giving you a broad thing what is required. Coming to the land systems, hypersonic missiles, greater than 5 Mach, missile defense system. You require state-of-the-art long-range discrimination radars. So our recommendation to the industry is to tie up with their partners abroad, get this technology into India, buy out these guys as far as TOT is concerned, and get this technology into India. So as I see it, these are the 5 big tenets of getting niche technology into India. Leadership, which Dr. Ajay Kumar and General Kapoor talked about in the morning. Somebody has to take onus. There has to be ownership. We can't keep waiting. We may have business interests, but we also have national interests. And so the big guns need to show leadership, take ownership, synergy. Hi-fi term I was made to understand in staff college. So we need to synergize the efforts of all stakeholders. Ecosystem. We have a beautiful system, but I feel people are working in silos. If Drone Federation of India keeps a summit only with the Air Force, and I'm on LinkedIn commenting on that, group captain don't feel bad about it, but that's how I talk. So you should have invited the Indian Navy, the Indian Army, and I should have also been there, Coast Guard rather also. So I think we're all working in silos. And it's up to us to break this and work in a synergized manner. And total quality management. So thing very close to my heart, which I learned in my MBA. So quality is thing which somebody commented on HAL, but let me suffice to say they're all being made accountable. So as far as drones are concerned, again, this is a FICCI study. So, for industry to be viable, you should have a civil dual use. So you have the motors propulsion systems of drones, which are also used in defense and consumer electronics. You have payloads. So you see on the right-hand side, there's a commonality with other industries and synergy with other industries. So I know your business plan can only be economically viable if you have a civil use also. And there are so many startups which come to me, I meet them. पहले तो मैं बोला China से नहीं आना चाहिए. There was somebody in the morning. I said, please, China है तो please, I'm away. दूसरा ऐसे कि you have to see who are your potential competitors. The business idea should be financially viable because it's good for startups to have great dreams, but there's so much of thing in the industry. You need to align. There was one guy in Tamil Nadu I met in the Def Expo. He's after my blood the last 3 days. He wants inputs on a daily basis, shooting off mails to me. Sir, मुझे ये बताओ वो बताओ मेरे को इतना लैंड मिल गया तमिलनाडु कॉरिडोर में, ठीक है. तो मैंने कहा आप इन लोगों से बात कर लो. अगर आपका कोई प्रोडक्ट नीश है, अलग है, तो आपको फायदा है. Otherwise you lose your money. So we need to be careful on that. So there's a lot of market potential as far as the drone industry is concerned. If you see here, by 2025, it's going to be 77,300 crores. and exports up to 4,300. This is what the study Ashish Rajvanshi and team have done. And they have, into various sectors: homeland security, commercial, counter UAVs, and defense. And by 2030, when we is the timeline, people ask us, when is India going to become a defense manufacturing hub? So this is the timeline we're attempting just 8 years down the line, if we all synergize our efforts. Okay, I'll skip this. Point number 3, critical. So this is, again, I have flashed the slide. One machine cannot do the work of 50 ordinary men. No machine can do the work of one extraordinary man. This is what I believe in. Machines have to be subservient to us, not the other way around. You might have AI and whatever it is. Jai Hind. Thank you. I hope I have not overshot much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would be requesting Rakesh sir to kindly come here on the stage to present a token of gratitude, rather we call it a memento, for the wonderful presentation, for a wonderful thought of session, actually. Can we have the memento, please? Also, I would be requesting everybody, if you guys click any photos or any videos, you can just create a buzz by tagging hashtag Deftech 2022 online, anywhere and everywhere, wherever you like. So I repeat, it is hashtag Deftech 2022. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so I know we have one more panel which was supposed to be done before lunch, but as you all know that we are already running late for the lunch. So I would be requesting all of you to kindly break for lunch, but make sure that it is only 30 minutes which is happening, and we are back at our seats after 30 minutes. So let's not make it more delayed, and we start now. Thank you so much. So people who have joined us virtually, you all can also have your lunch. Thank you. Fresh mode, we're gonna start with the very new session, very amazing session which is on its way. Okay, so when I'm talking about this particular session which is going to come up, having the theme as catalyzing India's defense exports for a $5 trillion economy. This is an absolutely amazing topic to talk about. We're going to have Commodore Gautam Nanda, Associate Partner, Aerospace and Defense, KPMG in India, as moderator. Can we have you here on stage, sir? We're also going to have Lieutenant Colonel Manoj K. Channan, Indian Army. Can we have you here, sir? We'd also love to have the presence of Dr. Jairaj Nayak, Joint CGDA, Ministry of Defense, sir. Would also love to have the presence of Sri Ashok Vadwan, Head Land Systems, Defense and Aerospace, Adani Group. Can we also have the presence of Sri Gururaj Itigi, Chairman and Managing Director, Arubetu, India. Can we have you here, sir? I one more time repeat, everyone who all are outside, you all can please come back. Also welcoming the virtual audience back to this wonderful session, which is waiting for all of us. Can we all, ladies and gentlemen, put our hands together for all the people who are there on the stage, everybody? खाने के बाद इतनी एनर्जी बचती है, थोड़ा सा एनर्जी के साथ, can we all do it? Thank you so much, means a lot. Now, handing over the mic to Gautam Nanda, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kicking off the session, without any further ado, what we are trying to discuss today is catalyzing Indian defense exports towards the 5 trillion economy. Just to give you some examples, Germany was the first one to go down this path where they exploited the defense manufacturing ecosystem to be one of the leading economies globally. India is going down that path. The 2047 vision, which has been defined, Mukesh Ambani made a statement a few days back saying that we're going to be 40 trillion by 2047. Mr. Gautam Adani concurred about 2050 with 40 trillion, but that's where we are heading for. There was a committee which was constituted by the secretaries, which have indicated that 25% of this economy is going to be coming from defense manufacturing. So if you're looking at a situation of 2047 of a $30 trillion economy, 25% is going to be coming from defense manufacturing ecosystem. So the panel here today, we are trying to discuss and figure out whether this is possible. Is it going to be happening in future or not? Starting with Colonel Chandan. So would like to know that one of the key components which have been indicated for achieving this growth which we are looking at is defense exports. How do you see this going forward? Is the ecosystem which has been created, the policies, regulations which are in place today, are they sufficient to give that impetus to defense exports?
This is a very pertinent question that you've asked me, and I think we are very well pitched to go forward in that way. The government has made some regulatory changes. It's made FDI, sort of allowing a lot of FDI so that the production happens here. But what needs to be done is also remove certain amount of restrictions which are still there, which are restricting us. Firstly, there's a restrictive list, which I'm told by the MOD, which prevents private companies from exporting components or finished products. That I think is something we need to consider about. We also need to look at deregulating the MRO and the integrators. At the moment, if you look at HAL, it is doing the integration, it's also doing the MRO. And there are many others like that. The third thing that I want to emphasize upon is not only can we do manufacturing of products, but we also need to give out services. That is in terms of MRO, and we have the various treaties with the US and the others to provide them the logistical support. But we can also give a large amount of services in terms of training and training areas. I think something that is what we need to really explore. These are a few thoughts that I had.
Thanks, sir. Totally concur with it. The restricted list is no more the restricted list, is the positive indigenization list. So, yes, there are some components on that which do restrict imports. MRO is a very pertinent point. Moving forward, as of today, almost 84% of our MRO services are not provided within India. We have countries like Sri Lanka, Dubai, Indonesia, providing those MRO services. Very interesting point. I think Adani did a thing at Def Expo of taking over Airworks. So they are moving down that path. And I think, but they're not in the manufacturing. So they do stand to scrutiny with what you have said. Moving ahead with Dr. Naik, I think this again, 5 trillion, 30 trillion and meeting the targets. You being from defense accounts are privy to the balance sheets and to the numbers which are being discussed across MOD. How realistic do you think this number is going to be moving forward? Does it even stand to scrutiny? We were looking at a 2026 $5 billion export target. How do you see that moving forward?
Thank you, Commander Nanda. I'm Dr. Jayaraj Naik. I'm Joint CCDA in the Ministry of Defense, looking after SPARCH. Basically, when we talk of the 5 trillion economy, it's like it's conglomeration of all the various sectors of the economy which contribute for that. Within that, defense has got 5 billion target to be achieved. And this target is very much achievable. And we never thought of ourselves as capable of being exporters. We always thought like, we are importers, and that was the thing going on. 2014 onwards, the new Modi Sarkar came, and that government gave impetus, and the focus was shifted to export. From then onwards, it has picked up. The best example, simple example to quote, bottlenecks. Like when it comes to payment to Indian vendors, a whole lot of scrutiny goes on. When it comes to foreign vendors, we just open an LC, and LC, the moment these goods is applied, it is being created. So that modification is also happening within the government because we have created a liability by purchasing, so immediately we need to pay. So considering that aspect, there are various reformations which are taking place at various places, both industrial, at policy level, and at various other levels also. And initially we were importers, but 2019 statistics says that we figured out as top 25, one of the top 25 exporters. But that also it's hardly 0.3% or so. It's less than 1%. Predominant being the top 5, as was told by the former secretary in the morning. So considering that aspect, we have come across in a long way. We have almost crossed the 1,000 crores rupees. That is this thing, $1 billion thing. So we are short of 4 billion. That's what we can assume and reduce it to the numbers. When we get into that particular details, the number appears very promising and we can do it. But where exactly we are in terms of the technology? And when it comes to technology as on date, today we are into spare parts or captive vendors and friendly foreign countries to whom with government is based on G2G basis or goodwill basis are being sold. There has to be an aggressive marketing which needs to be done to achieve this target, and it is in the place. Government is also giving an impetus to that. And it has to get into from lower end market to higher end markets, like LCA, ALH, even Akash Missile, BrahMos. There are clients available. Statistics I have not brought over here. And some places there is always like I don't want to say it is this thing, but it is a challenge which is always there for the governance. Technology goes with much faster pace compared to the rule formation. So always, formulation of policies is laggard when it comes to technology. So that gap needs to be filled up. And it's happening, unlike earlier, it's happening. So over a period of time, definitely with all these positivities, we will be able to achieve the target of 5 trillion. I mean, 5 trillion overall, considering the pharma sector, other sectors which otherwise also possible. Pharma is doing well and other steel sector is doing well and consumerism, other sectors. And 5 billion definitely, Defense Ministry is going to do it. But for that, we need to get on to the next niche, this thing. And this is very much required also. Why? Because earlier, it was the intent which used to decide the capabilities. Now it is the capability which constrains you to have an intent. अगर मेरे पास capability नहीं है, तो I cannot think of challenging this thing. So when you look into China model, with various places it's going around because it has the capability. So we also need to develop a capability. It is a must for us. Without this, it is not possible for us to get into the next step. This is unless we have a capability, then it will not happen. And second important thing which was there when in one of the academics studies that we had, like Apple mobile phone that we use, they use almost 21 applications of US armed defense technology patented by defense technology. That's being paid. Every Apple phone we are buying here, some amount of money is going to US defense because they are patented with US defense. So the defense industry should also come out simultaneously in addition to its own consumption with civilian applications. Mil-grade standards are much above that. That can be diluted and can be brought to civilian market. Even HAL for that matter, we have been discussing at various forums. But HAL has hardly been into any civilian sector. For that matter, even private Tatas or other agencies which they are coming up, they should also find out the civilian market or applicability at the simultaneously. Else it becomes it's a holistic approach. It cannot be one way. It has got multiple parameters of looking at it. And each sector supplements each other and complements each other. And the most of the MSMEs in the defense have got the financial constraints or limitations, and there should be separate mechanism which ensures development of defense PSU, defense MSMEs, because they have their own peculiar issues which other MSMEs, which are different from other MSMEs. These are certain policy, these things which can be definitely taken care of, and government is addressing these issues also. So definitely we will be able to achieve 5 billion target for defense and 5 trillion target for the country at large. I think.
Thanks, Dr. Naik. That's a very positive note that we're going to be there. Agree with you. DPSUs need to look at the civil sector for their growth and expansion. We are presently involved as KPMG with almost 14 of the 16 DPSUs. Just to give you an insight, most of the business and growth strategies which have been defined for them do include civil sector as part of the growth. So I think that was a very valid thing. Second thing which you did mention was on the R&D. Like you rightly mentioned, iPhone uses 21 of the defense technology aspects which US Defense has licensed them. We also need to invest a lot. I think that's the one gray area which was being tried to address by Colonel Manik Anand and the panel before, of what we need to do when it comes to R&D. To have niche technologies is a good idea, but what are we doing in R&D to get that is $1 million question. Moving on to Ashok. Ashok, you're a big business house. Your involvement in the defense sector does change the landscape when it comes to that. How significant do you think is it for entities like yours to be part of the defense manufacturing ecosystem, to be able to compete with the DPSUs and the global OEMs?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ashok Vadhavan. I look after land system business for Adani Group. We've been in defense for last couple of years, and like I was just telling a couple of you, we still consider ourselves to be startup. And not the way because we are a startup or we are new or it's a new business. It's because of the mindset. And the reason why we think it is, and why it's important for a group like us to be there, is if you look at the major countries who are doing well in defense, and which any, like earlier speaker said, any country which aspires to be number one or number two in economy has to have a defense capability in country, in-house. So, to build that, why a group like us is important is because someone has to start looking at it to build capability. If you look at our landscape today, do we have capability? Yes, we have capability in our country, which has been built by public sector units. And anything which you have, so say for example, telecom or anything where it is, you have to have public sector and private sector coming in together. A private sector normally will only invest, or if you look at last couple of years, they've only invested where they can find orders to come in. If you don't have a market where you sell your product, you're not going to build a capability and sit for your manpower to wait for something to come in. Otherwise, you have to look at alternative markets where exports come in, and which is very, very important for a country to do it. So if we really want to sustain it, a group like us has to preempt, invest into this industry, maybe not having orders today, but keep investing and bring smaller SMEs and MSMEs together to build an ecosystem of defense manufacturing. That's what we are doing. Today, if you look at Adani Group, we are building UAVs. We built a manufacturing capability a couple of years back. We have small arms. We build that capability. Today, we are setting up the Asia's largest ammunition park in Kanpur, where we'll be manufacturing small caliber, medium caliber, large caliber missiles, all put together. It's in the defense corridor, spread across 500 acres. But we are building those capabilities in-house. Now, how do we help the smaller companies to come in? What we are also doing is working with academia or youngsters where institutes are involved. They have a capability, but they don't have a platform to bring it to productionization and reach a stage where they can actually supply to our armed forces. What we have done is we have supported college students to actually bring it to fructification. What we have also done is taken smaller companies like SMEs and MSMEs, where we feel there is a need from the user side, there is a capability which is built, and build that platform. Like you said, group like us, or be it couple of more groups like Tata's or L&Ts, have to do that. If you look at US or you look at UK, that's how they have grown. What has happened is that there are some prime manufacturers, be it Raytheons of the world or BAE Systems of the world. They have MSMEs and MSMEs who support them. They may be having a product, but be able to do it. So even in India, we need to have large groups, support those platforms and help. And end of the day, we cannot rely on the Indian user itself, because Indian user has a X amount of demand. If you build the capability, the quality, capability, technology, R&D has to be future ready, which means it once you're future ready, you will be able to export it out. There is no way out. The world will look at you if you can build it at a right cost, right time, right quality, futuristic, loitering ammunition. Why go for artillery? Go for loitering ammunition. If you can build those technologies, as Colonel Malik was saying earlier, so it will be exported. So if you look at 5 billion, I think it's 5 billion is too small. It's looking at next 7 years, we'll be in a different world altogether.
Thanks, Ashok. I coming from industry, 5 billion being a smaller target, I think that holds much more water. I do concur with you. We have changed the landscape. At one given point of time, DPSUs were supplying almost 86% of our demand, marginally down to about 78% as per the latest data points where are being met by DPSUs. And totally in sync with what you said, if you're looking at a single customer, that is MOD, you're not going to be a success. The whole concept, your business plan, everything has to revolve in your being an export entity. Thanks. Those are really interesting points. Moving on to Mr. Gururaj Jitigi. You are part of the ecosystem. You are very much there and you've done a lot. Do you think the government has done enough to promote indigenization, or do you think there is something more which can be done to promote this push towards indigenization?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Nanda. I come from a background of both being a research person, R&D person, as well as a business person. What I found earlier is that the IP, the intellectual property, was not ever respected in this country, my country. I'll give a very simple instance. In 1987, I brought in Intel here, wherein the fab was done elsewhere. Only the bonding or the putting in the package was with us with 100% buyback. I went to DOE, my friends. This is not for you. It is for semiconductor complex of India to do it. So then an opportunity is lost to us to build up intellectual property further on that technology. Now we are talking about fab, and to reach a $5 trillion, electronics and products play a very important game. And part of it more into MOD. Today's intelligence is informative. They say cyber war, all those jargons. Finally, it works out on what data and how it is assimilated and analyzed at real time. Semiconductor, I have worked in semiconductor industries earlier. Making only the wafers will absolutely take us nowhere. As rightly said by Mr. Ashok, we should have cluster or enough R&D people to give you enough biting to the fab so that they come up with different intellectual property. I'll give a very simple example. Earlier, CDAC was supposed to come up with a 64-bit RISC processor. Till now, we are not seeing it. As a small company, I have done it. The reason is I did not do it in India. I did it elsewhere. I did it as a contract. The IP belonged to that country, and I gave my IP. What happens with this is, let us look at it. Your $5 trillion is now shrunk to 5 billion. The reason is you're giving up intellectual property for a small sum. And the country which manufactures and sends back to India is 5 trillion. So my way of looking into is, we build up those intellectual property around, where institutions, individuals, small companies, and support big companies who can put where you call the capex incentive systems, like a couple of billion. It's not everybody's game. So they also look at, as rightly said, a smaller company who can deliver that on time to so that they also be successful. The intellectual property stays in India and it has values of a different. Thank you.
Really interesting. And I think this is what is happening across the world. We did a very interesting report with CIT in Bangalore on the aerospace manufacturing ecosystem. And one thing which clearly evolved was what you rightly brought out, that MSMEs have to be there to support the larger OEM. We did a study of Boeing and Airbus manufacturing ecosystem. What finally turned out was that the IP was either shared or held by the MSME, and Boeing only at the end of the day was assembling the aircraft. Everything else was part of their supply chain. Very interesting point that government needs to look towards boosting the MSME ecosystem by providing the requisite incentives, like you rightly said, to hold on to the IP, be able to make those kind of investments so as to be able to support the global OEMs who then are finally going to be part of that 5 trillion dream. So totally agree. It's a cyclic thing which we need to take care of. Coming back to you, sir. So we've had the previous panel discussions. We've been discussing since morning. Do you think, you being from the armed forces, and that's why I'm addressing this question to you, does the two mindsets which I would like to address, one would be that we need not tell anything to the industry what we want in future. When we want it, we'll tell you, then you start running around and trying to figure out whether you can give it to us or not. That is the first mindset which happens. The second mindset which is very prevalent is the turf war, and we saw it in the previous panel discussion, how it carries on after you've even retired. So does this attitude of not telling industry what you want and the turf war between the three services affect us to be a efficient defense manufacturing capable country in future?
Two very interesting questions. I think when the Prime Minister has firstly set out an aim that we want to be a 5 trillion economy, there are two things that come to my mind immediately. One is that the government and the industry have to be on the same page. I mean, you can't be having secrets between each other. Industry must know what it wants. And to sort of give it a little flip, I just want to make a statement that we don't have a national strategy paper. You see, when you don't have a national strategy paper, you really don't know what you really want, say 20 years or 30 years down the line. Now, if you're not going to share that, how is the industry going to cope up with it? Do you expect it to suddenly invest? Ashok is here and his company is doing that very well, but are they aware of what's going to come in the next 50 years what we are looking at? So that is something that we need to resolve in-house, and it has to be done transparently. I think probably partially answer your question on that. On coming to the turf war between the three services, unfortunately, it exists and it will continue to exist. But I think when the government decided to create these theater commands, it is with an intent to reduce that turf war. And like a lot of previous panelists have discussed, and there are many blogs and many discussions on theater commands, we're not getting into the nitty-gritties of that. But yes, if we do look at the Andaman and Nicobar command, it probably is an example where such turf wars are being reduced and it's trying to fight as an integrated command. And probably that is the way we should be looking at in the future. One of the other factors that really affect this is your current resources that are available. There's a resource restriction, especially with the Air Force and also at the Navy. When you look at the futuristic maritime command, it starts from, you take over whichever seaboard you want to take, the western seaboard or the eastern seaboard. You're navigating across the globe and you need a Navy which should be able to dominate those waters or, lines of communication. Army has to change its thought process also. As an armored good guy, I would admit it openly.
Thanks, sir. I think LTPP to be made public has been a long-standing demand of the industry. It's still being debated. I started debating it when I was in uniform in 2008. We're still debating it. So I don't know when that's going to come through. I hope they listen to this panel and something is done about it. Resource crunch, we totally agree, sir. I think that was addressed by the earlier panels where they did come up with this aspect that it's the time which takes to actually induct a platform which makes it a difficult thing. So I think connecting that with Dr. Naik, you did mention Sparsh. So there are a lot of ex-servicemen who would be interested in knowing what Sparsh is all about, how they have, if any problem, they can connect with you. But I would like to understand from you, does the digital intervention, like Sparsh has been a success story as of today, being an ex-serviceman myself, I know it's become made life much simpler. Do you think any digital interventions can be done to make this procurement policy procedures slightly much more faster to have this cycle reduced, which is presently being debated about?
Yes. First of all, since Commander Nanda has spoken about the Sparsh, and many of you are ex-servicemen here, Sparsh is doing well, and it's a lot of stabilization has taken place. Almost 20 lakh pensioners have already been migrated. And Sparsh is not just for the pension, but it has a futuristic view wherein it becomes a common platform, common database being shared. Earlier, what used to happen, just 30 seconds I'll spend about Sparsh and then come back to that point. How technology leverage can take place. Earlier, all PCDA pension was just sanctioning. After that, pensions used to go to some bankers, and disbursement agency doesn't know what sanctioning agency does. Subsequent revisions will happen. Corrigendum PPOs are sent to bank. They don't implement for 6 months, almost 1 year. More than 80% of the corrigendum PPOs were not implemented before 8 months. This is the statistics. Now it is click of a mouse. It's automatically done. Not only that, this database being created has got all the technical or technology capability of a pensioner. Whatever he has learned or acquired over a period of time is being mapped in that. When he retires, all experiences are there together. And it can be used for ECHS, it can be used for CSD, it can be used for everywhere. Like one pensioner used to carry multiple cards, and henceforth he need not. He can carry one card wherein everything can be covered. This is the futuristic view that we are thinking of in Sparsh. Similarly, when it comes to facilitating, as I told you, there are three aspects which come into this thing. One is political intervention, bureaucratic, and diplomatic. Political, it's pro-government, and government is very pro-export oriented, and it has set a target, very ambitious target. So no need to debate or no need to think twice about it, and they are doing all the best. Second aspect that comes into is the diplomatic. Wherever like various countries, we have placed our DAs. Those DAs also need to be put into right perspective of tying up with various, exploring the market outside and trying to have a back-end link with that kind of an exercise has to take place. And there has to be an interface between the industries over here with those all the DAs and them. And then mandate has to be clear for them also, because it's all going in a, what shall I say, because it is at a nation stage that export suddenly we have planned up, and hence like DA is not clear about what to speak with, or like what to divulge with or what to discuss with, or industry also doesn't know whether to approach him or not to approach him. That area needs to be cleared. Coming to the specific question that you asked about technology helping, yes, it helps a lot. Example, bill processing used to happen. Everybody at the end of the day, after he supplies everything, as I told you, and the payment is required. Earlier it used to take place. Now it is time-bound manner. There is no physical papers that are coming in. The bills come online. The bills are paid within stipulated time. And if any minor papers are required, then we don't return the bills. They are held there only and ask for the bills. Simultaneously, another innovative thing that has come up for increasing the efficiency and effectiveness, the all bill processing is going to be faceless. My department has come out with an idea of faceless bill processing, wherein within the section initially, intra-CDA, and then subsequently it will be inter-CDA, the bills will be sent. Example, somebody's Bangalore bill will be passed in Chennai, or Chennai bill will be passed in Jammu, and like that, like as it is happening in income tax. So we are getting into faceless world. And there we also are using various technologies like artificial intelligence, etc. And the complete database is also available with us, which also brings out the particular expenditure pattern as to which side or which segment of the army is, armed forces is getting into plus minus. All these things need to be exploited to make use of these technologies for betterment. And like it's not only the expansion, we also reduce the cost of production also, because by right input here. And another point which was slightly away from which Mr. Ashok Advan was telling was, like, there is no, if you totally depend on the Indian defense market, then you may not be able to achieve the economy of scale for production. So you need to have external these things. Otherwise, capabilities will not be, that kind of things will not come through. And technology, definitely it helps. And there is a lot of digitalization. Digitization is also taking place. Digitalization is also taking place. And we are also coming out with real-time budgeting. Earlier, what used to happen, like PFMS and then Prabal, that you have a software wherein now real-time booking will happen. Otherwise, there used to be a lot of confusion with respect to budgeting. And many times, we are claiming that there is constant term budget, but in reality, my experience in past 20 to 25 years, Defense Ministry, because of whatever reasons, at the end of the year, ends up spending the budget. Ends up surrendering the budget rather than spending it out. So all these tools probably help us out because we were working in silos. Example, budget X is given to somebody, he is not able to use it, then Y will take up. Because now everything is, and this is all possible because of the technology. And that's how it goes. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naik. I think what emerged was that government is thinking technology. We can see better times in future. One small example was DOMW website was, they tried to make it user friendly for foreign OEMs to get offset credits. Again, a decade old story, just still on. Huge issues on getting your offset credits on the DOMW website. I hope things move much faster than what they're presently at. Ashok, moving on to the thing, you being from the industry, I think quick answer from both of you would be, is there enough for ease of doing business? We've gone up 54 steps. Contract still remains one of the key areas where we have not gone up. Do you think we are doing enough for EODB? You've been part of the corridor also.
So I'll say it's 50-50, but have we moved quite a bit in the last couple of years? Yes. And I can give you an example, and starting from digitization, what has helped. I started small arm business a couple of years back, and all the businesses which we have started, all the product lines which we have started, we have always looked at exports first to build capability, and we have looked at components. We have not looked at full products. We have always started with building components, then going into sub-assemblies, and then going into full products, because then it helps you to get into the supply chain, and it helps you to actually build capability in the country and not just look for a product and wait for an order to come in. So that's how we have built. The first export which I wanted to do, and I had to take an export clearance. I had to apply to Ministry of Home Affairs to take an export clearance. It took me four months to get export clearance from Ministry of Home Affairs. And you'll be surprised, for the same export clearance, I had to go to DGFT to apply for an export clearance. It took me another 4 months. It took me 8 months to get export clearance to export out my first component. And you can't imagine which offices, which place, which all I had to go. There was a policy in the country which was existing that you could not export components. You had to get ultimate end user, and I can list down, I can write a book on it. I wrote letters. On my letters, there have been policy changes which took place. You'll be surprised, today I ask for an export clearance. I have to put it on automated system. Takes 3 days to a week maximum. I get an export clearance. So that's where it's changed. Does it facilitate? It does. I tell my customer, don't worry, give me an order, even if it's 31st of a month or 30th of a month, give me an order. I know export clearance will come. If I'm producing, I'll be able to export. That is what facilitation is. So it has moved. Licensing has improved. Does it require a lot of change to happen? Yes, it has. It does require a lot of things. That's like anything. When you are starting new, there will be problems you'll do. But is the government proactive, listening to you, people coming to you? I'll tell you, when I started, so many years back working on defense, to get an appointment, nobody would meet us. Today, I give an appointment. If it's 11:30, I'll get an appointment of 11:30, and the person will wait. If I'm 11:35, he'll say, "Why are you late?" So that's where things have changed. And it's like MOD sitting here talking to us, unheard of a few years back. So things have really moved. Does it lead to like I said, it's 50-50. There are a lot of things to be improved, but I think it's an iterative process. I'm sure we'll reach there.
Thanks, Ashok. Really on a positive note. Dr. Gururaj, your...
Yes, I agree with Mr. Ashok Verma. And I'm sure with the present way of things going on, And if government looks little serious about building up the building blocks which is required, we are sure to reach 5 trillion. I don't have any doubt about it. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are any question and answers, yes, please. If I got the name right, Vinkaman Narang.
I'm Group Captain Narang.
Group
retired.
Captain Narang,
No,
sorry.
no, not an issue. So I would like to ask two things. One to Mr. Vadhavan. Is it possible for a defense company to make dual use product? Many times I hear, government functionaries saying that why don't we make a dual use product? Certain dual use products or the civilian product. That's point one. Second, do our labs have international certification for your acceptance of your products at the global level? Third, because some products are there, if you have to export, there are international norms being sought. In some, you may be able to do that. So is it a challenge or is it an enabler? Third, do Indians have some standards to match the global quality and the other requirements? Thank you. And not only is your the company, but India as a system, or anybody else can also add. Thank you.
So you're absolutely right. Whatever we do, we have to look at dual-use product to come in. We just acquired Airworks. We are a defense and aerospace company. Our focus was MRO of the aircrafts which are coming in. Though it's been done in Air Force does it on its own, but we wanted to do it, and we realized that there is a huge requirement of MRO of our existing fleets. So we are going to be the largest MRO by end of this year after this acquisition. And we are putting an impetus, and that's dual use. Be it for commercial, so it'll be commercial initially, it'll go into it. So we have to get into dual use. There will be some products, now if you look at weapon systems, may not be, which may not be there, or ammunition may not be there, but there are products which will be dual use, and it requires it to happen. I think that was your first question of that. Certifications. Now that's a great question. I'll give you an example. If we have to test any of our products which are long range, a private sector cannot build that capability on its own, because you require so much of land base that you will never be productive. So it has to be, and do we have capability? Yes. Do we need to upgrade it? A private sector will have to come in to upgrade those capabilities, but the ranges will have to be of the government, because if you have 15, you have to test an artillery gun, you have to fire 48 kilometers. You can't test it on your own. You have to test it in a thing. But can we bring in equipment and facility? We'll have to bring those in. So it's going to be a joint handling. Wherever we build capability, we build the best-in-class test capability with it, which can be used by us or any of the other people who help us to do it. So it's going to be a joint where we invest along with the government to bring that capability. Yeah, but it does need a lot of augmentation, which we will have to support with.
We're way behind the schedule. Okay, last, please. Last.
Hi, thank you. Myself, Pravas. I actually represent US India Blockchain Council. We run a defense accelerator as well as building an alternative investment fund out of India because the regulatory issues. So my question, by the way, I'm an army brat, so been grown up in the ecosystem, and gone outside and did studies. What I found that a lot of startups who are building products in blockchain and deep tech, they're not able to showcase those products to the right person in the MOD because A is that communication is lacking. B is you were talking about exporting, and that's what sir was just told, the certification and license. We have been actually developing both learning and development certification and taking it to international market to showcase that products. But unfortunately, we're not getting the right kind of support. It's great that the defense industrial corridor has been already developed and there are some incubators, accelerator coming up. But if there can be an academia, industry, as well as, the investor network can come together, it would be really great to work every 15 days, month, and create a deadline and go ahead with it. That is something I think we have been missing. Otherwise, it's great initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just address that. The gentleman sitting on the table with you, Colonel Anand, will help you whom to meet. The right person to talk to, whom to meet. Second point was academia and investor coming together. All IITs have got very actively involved across India with the investor bandwidth. You can connect any of the IITs. They have their incubation centers, and they do have this connect where they are providing this investment.
Sir, I just recently went to IIT Guwahati and we had an interaction. The challenge is signing an MO is not difficult, but going it to execution is always a challenge.
We can discuss this offline. I'm just saying that there is an ecosystem which does exist to provide this, facilitate this kind of thing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for sparing your time and being on the panel today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we all put our hands together for these gentlemen? All right. So I would be requesting all of you to kindly stay back for a while. So the scope of conversation is never ending. Once they are with you guys, you can talk and clear all your questions, all your queries. So without wasting any further time, please let me request Rakesh Verma sir to be here on the stage to felicitate the guest. Can we have the mementos, please? Thank you so much for being here. It was indeed a very fruitful session. And we got a lot of information and knowledge from this session particularly. So this is a small token of gratitude from our side. Can we all give them a big hands, everybody? A group photo. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. It was a wonderful talk, to be honest. As we move further, let me again request you all to create a buzz about this event by tagging us on your social media sites by hashtag Deftech 2022. Okay, so as we move further, we have our next panel on our procedure, and it is themed as startups as key pillar of indigenization strategy for defense sector. And for that matter, can I please request the presence of Commodore Sriram, Director Consulting Deloitte, as a moderator. Can we have you here, sir? Also would love to have the presence of Captain Roy Joseph, Program Director, IDEX Government of India. Can we have you? Would also require the presence of Dr. Sarita Alawat, founder Bot Lab Dynamics, my bad. Can we have you? Also, can we have the presence of Dr. R. Shivaraman, founder Big Bang Boom Solutions? Can we have you? Can we also have Squadron Leader Deepthi Goswami, Indian Air Force? Ma'am? We would also love to have the presence of Mr. Amar Singh Chandel, Assistant Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Reliance. Can we also have Commodore Jaydeep Maulankar, Senior Vice President of Technology Development, New Space? Can we have you? So a lot of knowledge and information is on its way. Let me hand over the mic to Commodore Sriram, his Director Consulting Deloitte as a... Hello. So he's Commander Sriram, Director Consulting Deloitte as a moderator actually. So I am going to hand over the mic to him. He'll be taking it over. A lot of information is on its way, that is for sure. We are looking forward to a great session. Sir, do you have the mic? You all can be seated, please. Be comfortable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are supposed to be keeping it rather short today because of the paucity of time. Since morning, we have heard this particular phrase, Atmanirbhar Bharat, quite many times. It has resonated here in this hall quite many times. In fact, since May 2020, when the clarion call of the Prime Minister to the nation of Atmanirbhar Bharat, it actually had resonated all over India. And people have taken it to heart. Reason being, every person in his heart, he always feels that, we need to do something on our own. Let me produce something on my own. Let me develop something on my own. So this is a normal thing that happens perhaps in every Indian's mind, and more so in the defense circle. In fact, since past about maybe few decades, all our within the individual defense organizations, there are some smaller organizations which have been having this Atmanirbharta or the indigenization cells, or these things have been going on for quite some time. But now, after the Prime Minister's call, this has rather, taken a multitude of people to come on board from the private sector to join hands. And therefore, I think we have a larger group of people thinking on self-reliance. That's a fantastic thing. And the government of India also has been promoting this Atmanirbharta through various means, whether by promoting the MSMEs or to the defense PSUs, or by way of this IDEX challenges or the Technology Development Fund of the DRDO, so on and so forth. And therefore, we have this fantastic panel out here in which we have a variety of people coming from various backgrounds. If you look at it from the government, from the private sector, and from the IDEX, within the private sector, from the SME or the startups, and the big, large conglomerates. So we have a variety of people out here. And if you look at the variety in a slightly different manner, we have a representation from all the three services in the form of veterans, as well as from the private sector, and of course the IDEX. So let me just straight away go into the questionnaire. Just prepared a little bit of questionnaire on this. Starting with Captain Joseph. IDEX has actually been doing a yeoman service by way of onboarding so many startups, and I suppose since the past about 2 years, there have been almost more than 300 startups which have come on board. But there is an issue. There are many more startups who are sitting on the boundary line. Actually, they want to jump in, but they are slightly scared. There is an inhibition, there is a slight bit of hesitation. Reason being, they would like to know if, due to some situations, some circumstances beyond their control, if they happen to not succeed, then would they be losing out their entire investment? Or is there any way government can help them, in which at least we can tell them, boss, don't worry, just jump in, we are with you. And if not sort of a no profit, no loss, at least we'll be able to mitigate your risk to the extent possible. Is there any way that we can do that and make those people come inside?
Good question, sir. And before I answer, I think the people who should rightfully answer this, or what is IDEX all about, how do we de-risk, is sitting on my right and on my left. There is BotLab, which is one of our incubated startup, and also New Space. They will be in better position, and they will be the right. You should hear it from the horse's mouth. Okay, how do they de-risk? Because we will be covering IDEX in detail in the next session. We will be giving a presentation. What is IDEX all about? What do we offer? Uh, just to say a small point and a short answer. I think they don't have to worry about their investment. We have processes in place, without going into detail, that they will not lose their money. In fact, you would know that IDEX is a process where we fund. We fund, and as long as we know it's an innovation, and innovation can fail, experiments can fail, and we have processes in place where if it is justified and that investment is not taken back.
Commodore sir, since he said that you will be able to better place this particular thing, you may like to.
So when I saw the allocation of questions that you had planned, that's my first complaint to them, that I think it should have been different. And I'm thankful to you for allowing us to speak on these topics. I'll try and put it in a different form. We are trying to do indigenization. Quite different things. Even the kind of people, the personalities that you need to deal with these three different things, they're actually different people. You don't have people who have all the aspects needed for all these three things. Therefore, for example, if you see IDEX, while the funding is, there are a lot of rules about the funding, 1.5 crore, 50%. I mean, it has to be matched by the partner. But the problem statement, if you read, it's not a 1.5 crore problem statement. It's a 70 crore problem statement. So therefore, then you say, then what is the real difference between IDEX and Make2? You are going ahead with making a full-fledged system. It's not an innovation idea. It's a product idea. So I think what is happening is the intent on top is quite clear. It's a problem always trying to implement a major disruption, getting the old guard to bring in new guard. It doesn't happen that way. It needs to be split apart. It can't be all conflated together. Indigenization is a completely different thrust area, fairly procedural, fairly clearly set. A lot of MBA-oriented, analysis of what parts need to be indigenized, etc. Innovation is dealing with certain doing the old things in a new way. Disruptive is there are almost no rules for that, frankly. But if you say, bring me a completely packaged disruptive product, it is a contradiction in itself. When you read the PDSs, you can see the fault lines between which department wrote which thing. So that's pretty much what I have to say. I hope we are able to progress on solving that. Thank you.
So,
Please.
I'll just add one point. I mean, you rightly point out that when you try to make a product or technology, there are very good chances that it could fail. And but I disagree with the word fail, because that has been it's a great opportunity that IDEX presents, and especially for young and new innovators and startups. So 50% is contributed by IDEX and 50% the startup has to bring. So 3 crores is a very decent amount of money for a year and a half. And let's say the technology is not something that the defense needs, but I wouldn't call it a failure, or because a lot of time the technology that startups have invested in there ahead of time. So they may not have used now, but in future it could have a part be of different technology later. And also, I think let's not look at it only from the point of view of building a product, because you also created a skill set in a year or in a half that the project was going on. You have created skilled engineers, which is in great less quantity that we have in the country. So I think it's nonetheless is a great opportunity. If any opportunity is presented to startups, it really leads to enhancing the ecosystem.
Great. In fact, I was very careful in using the phrase. I never use the phrase fail. That is the reason. I said not succeed, because many times it happens that, we don't succeed, but that doesn't mean that we have failed. Squad Leader Deepthi.
Sir.
Yeah, you want to say something? Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir,
Yeah.
I would definitely like to present a different side of it, because when ma'am was referring about skilled engineers, first of all, I have been into this whole process of giving the right kind of knowledge to the industry, because the people who were sitting here before, they told about a lot of problems, like the industry not being aware of it. There is a huge manpower which is coming out of defense forces in chunks. These people have the maximum idea what kind of products the industry will be leading. Apart from that, the incubators which are sitting at IIT Delhi, I've been in touch with them. Navy is having a cell over there, but yes. But the problem is, I directly spoke to the HOD over there of the textile department, and the problem was that of funding. There are products, basic products, which our men need, but we can't give them. A simple polymer, which is water resistant, is not available to them. It affects their products on a very, very basic level. We are talking about indigenizing rockets. We are sending rockets into space. But can we create a simple paint for them, which will help them out there in the field? I have knowledge, but I'm not the only one who's having this knowledge. Can we utilize those people to give it to the industry? And can we give these small things to our guys in the right time? Because by the time we'll be making the INSAS rifle, the guy who's sitting on that won't be needing that. So these timelines, these are affecting it. And the people are, nextly, the fear of failure. I think the fear of failure is, the problem is the funding lies when we can't develop the prototype. The problem is not when you have a developed product. Everyone wants to talk about a developed product. No one wants to talk about prototype development. When I speak about prototype development, there are all kind of problems which I'm facing. There are not proper crystals available. I've spoken to, I think I even spoke to IIT Kanpur. They said the kind of crystals you need, they're not available in India. So how about we these are big things, huge things, particularly they are way beyond my knowledge. But can we speak about smaller things and supporting people in prototype development? I think there is a university, Raksha Shakti University in Gandhinagar. They were also ready, and they were also willing to put up the money over there. But again, the logistical issues, there again. And someone spoke about the Indian customer. Believe me, there's a huge potential of customers sitting in India. We are the biggest population, we have the biggest consumers, and we have the biggest innovators.
Okay, Squad Leader Deep, you want to say something? But before you say,
Yeah, I just want quick rejoinders to some of the points, a very pertinent point. One is she said that maybe we should not just look at developed product. IDEX is all about development of prototype. We are not looking at developed product. So there are different schemes for that. So IDEX is looking at developing prototypes. Ma'am mentioned about that 1.5 crores or 3 crores in a span of 18 months, 24 months is not bad. I would also mention that now we have scaled it up to 10 crores. He mentioned, Commodore sir mentioned that maybe 1.5, 3 crores or some of these disruptive problem statements which we give are much beyond. But there are different schemes for this. There is 10 crores is maybe IDEX. Maybe if you go to TDF, then there is 50 crore. If you go to make two, make one, those are in the maybe hundreds or thousands of crores. So you have to choose the model, the scheme. IDEX as of now is basically for simpler systems and for development of prototypes.
Fair. It is basically for the consumption of all, that whatever Squad Leader Deepthi has said, all these points may perhaps be taken down in a correct distance, so that the purpose of this particular session itself is that whatever may be the gaps that may be occurring, it is basically to smoothen out those rough surfaces and in fact get as many startups on board as possible. And therefore, these could be taken as very, very positive points, and we can move forward on this. And assuming now, after the prototype has been developed through IDEX, what is the next step? Like, in fact, somebody had mentioned earlier, Colonel Anand had mentioned that there should be an independent nodal umbrella body for quality assurance and all. Right, sir? Yeah. So after this particular prototype has been developed, do these startups have to run around for getting the quality assurance and or maybe like, now my question is again to to Deepthi first. Is it that they need to run around after this Similac clearance or RCMA clearance or all those things, or is there something that is existing from the service headquarters, particularly if they can do a hand holding and tell these people, okay, the next step, we are going to place the order, and based upon the order, maybe you could accordingly go to Similac and all, and the Similac RCMA people are also accordingly briefed. Is there anything placed as of now?
So right now, a few months back, I was fighting for funding, sir. So that fight is still not over. So maybe once I have a clear after, maybe I can tell you after some years.
Okay. Dr. Sarita, could you take on this one? I'll rephrase the question in a slightly different manner for you. Indian Army had asked you for a demonstration of heavy lift UAVs, if I'm not heavy lift drones. Am I right on this? I saw that in your website actually.
सर हम लोग हेवी लिफ्ट में नहीं, हम सबसे छोटे ड्रोन बनाते हैं.
नहीं वो तो देख लिया था वो, and that was rather good. In fact, it was a fantastic display of those things. But based upon that, Indian Army has selected you and all करके आपके इसमें था your
एक्चुअली हमने
website.
2-3 साल पहले तवांग में एक 20 kg का सिस्टम वो डेमो किया था, but that was a while back when we were trying to find out कि हमें करना क्या है लाइफ में.
Oh, okay. Okay. My next question is to Amar. Yeah, please, sir.
Since public at large is not getting benefited, see, the pointed answer is IDEX, firstly, 50% 50% partner gives, 50% government of India gives. Of that 50% which partner gives, is also he can take his infrastructure cost, design and development cost. So actual his physical contribution is quite less. Correct me, Captain Roy Joseph, if I'm wrong. Also, secondly, if he's not successful, no questions are asked because we know innovation or design or development can fail. Number two, it is an integral part when a prototype is developed. When I give a PDS, problem definition statement from the users directorate from Air Force, Army or Navy, I tell after you successfully give me, this will be my order quantity. So automatically with the same QRs, you get the order. So I'll just like to clarify to the house. Thanks.
Is it, may I just ask you, sir, is it already laid down?
It is laid down.
Okay.
Yeah, just to add on, sir, absolutely, Ekamoto sir is absolutely correct. And you asked about, is there a procurement plan or is it just prototype development? This is all documented. It is in part of the procedure that after the prototype development, they go in for procurement. And it is part of the DAP, which we discussed in the morning. It is a chapter there, how IDEX startups, the procurement part falls into it. And as far as Air Commodore is saying that whether they get the return of the investment, they do get. But yes, there are certain cases like Saras mentioned about certain niche technologies or disruptive technologies where the budgets are much beyond, and maybe there the investment from the innovator will be on a much higher scale. IDEX is meant to part subsidize your innovation, or maybe part de-risk. We are not covering the entire cost, but yes, in most of the cases, they get the return of investment. And the proof of the pudding is from the initial startups who have contracted with us with IDEX, and almost 17 of them, the RFPs have been issued. And maybe to the investment, like ma'am was saying, about 3 crores, maybe 17, we must have invested total about 50 crores. The orders, it is just sample orders which has been placed. The order is in the quantum is between 400 to 600 crores. So for a 50 crore investment, your return of investment, if you see, is in the range of 400 to 600 crores. And this is just sample procurement with the services have placed orders on.
I'll just like to add what Captain Roy Joseph said. You have IDEX Prime now. So IDEX Prime is up to 10 crores, right? And we've also got Make One. So I think Make One route is the one which could be used for niche technologies where the budget is, which is government funded, if that can be done.
That's true. I told you there are various schemes. IDEX is one of the schemes. Then there is TDF, which comes in the ambit of 50 crores. Make One, which could go into any amount. So there are many other this things. So, but yes, there are certain projects with us, some niche projects, where the budgets, maybe the overall budget, maybe in the realm of 10 crores, 20 crores, or even, could be even beyond. So you wanted to add something, sir?
No, I think it was.
Yeah, okay.
Sir,
I
एक
will.
point I'll just add.
Okay.
So I think what IDEX has done and stages है जैसे she was talking about prototyping. तो पहले we had started Bot Lab 6 years ago from IIT Delhi, and what IDEX has actually completely changed the landscape. हमारा idea था कि सिर्फ drone बनाएंगे and miraculously defense forces will buy from us. We were that naive because we thought we know how to build good drones, but we didn't realize what is the requirement from the defense side. And actually, for 3 years, we were just building random heavy lift drones or long range, and we were trying to optimize. And then Meher Baba came along, Meher Baba won, and it gave a direction to the startup. And that was the first opportunity that we took, and we realized that what you can do with your drones. And then after actually, at the time of Meher Baba, first disc one came out in 2018. That we were the first winners in that category. So IDEX क्या करते हैं ना? It boils down the problems for you. कि here are 30 problems that you can work based on your capacity. जो पहले नहीं था. Because अगर आप एक young startup हैं IIT से, you have the tech team with you, but आपको पता ही नहीं है कि बनाना क्या है, करना क्या है. और and what IDEX does is it breaks the big problem into many small problems, which may or may not be tackled in 3 crores, but it's a big, it's an initial good beginning point for you to get started, and that can actually lead to something. So मेरे को लगता है कि जो पहले black box था, now that black box is getting converted into problem sets, and those problem sets can be worked out by n number of startups or industries, whoever is interested. So I think it's a huge change if you ask me from technology point of view कि बनाना ही क्या है, कैसे बनाना है, and then IDEX hand holds you in taking you along that path of 2 years because it's milestone based. There's a nodal officer and they guide you and they help you test, and then later certification and all that procurement, and I think that becomes easier for you to handle.
Great. Amar, despite so much of being said that, things are going good, there's no issue. What are the key challenges that, as of in your view, the defense startups are actually facing?
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to say this, that recent Ukraine conflict brings us again the importance of self-reliance. And when it comes to self-reliance, we can't ignore the importance of startups. Startups are like, who bring fresh energy with their cutting edge technologies and, work as a force multiplier in defense ecosystem. But yes, in India, this is just a starting phase, I would see. The other countries, they are far ahead from us if we compare. But again, we have to see in two perspectives. One, you are competing with yourself and becoming better and better every day. So on that perspective, I would say, yes, we are doing a lot of things from government side, a lot of policy changes. There's a change in mindset now, which is very much visible. now people look for to get into entrepreneurship and want to start a startup. That is something which we are improving day by day. Second is we have to compete with the world forces also, and where we are lagging behind a lot. So let me point out few general problems which I think every startup has to face, especially in context of Indian context. One is financial resources. Startups financially they're very vulnerable and sensitive. They need money right from the starting. They need hand holdings because as such the defense segment or the sector is, we all know it's a very slow moving sector. It takes a lot of time. So how you generate revenue, how you pay salaries, how you invent things, that require a lot of money and backup. So, and especially, project planning, execution, then delay in payments, there are a lot of things. So you need a big pocket to fight those or adversities. So that is one of the major challenge. Second, I would see, which we have just discussed about scaling up the technology. You know, yes, there are a lot of IDEX champions, I would say, who come up with the, problem statements, but now the litmus test is how they can scale it up. you know so facilitation of indigenization and then integration that thing into manufacturing of these selected or technologies will be something we have to look upon. Third, I would say the problem is infrastructure, support infrastructure. You need good incubators, world class incubators, world class innovation hubs, mentorship with I mean with almost like every facilities, cutting edge technology or every kind of facility. You need it at one place where you can, one person who don't know anything apart from the technology part, he can get that, exposure and can build up from there. So that is, again, we are working it, but still we are behind a lot. Again, a very basic thing I would say later, the regulation part. Still, starting a company, you need a lot of permissions from the government side. You have to understand labor laws, you have to understand intellectual property rights, and there's so many things. So you again need to fight on that part. Fifth point is industry academia relationship. Uh, we are working a lot on that part, but still I think there a lot has to be done in part of academia. How we can find out good resources from academia, how we can groom it, and how can we actually take it into account in terms of developing a whole ecosystem. And the fourth is very important point. I would see that the challenge is the technology. We are talking about startups, we are talking about technology, and the problem is technology is going to be obsolete very soon. So you have to be on your toes every day. You have to fast everything right from beginning to end. A to B, you have to cover up as quickly as possible. Otherwise, all your hard work is not going to pay as much what you actually deserve for. So I think these are some of the challenges I can see.
One last question, though. Of course, I had some, some more questions, particularly for Captain Joseph, but nevertheless, I'll cut it short. Just as an input for everybody, that this last question is, what would be the two immediate focus areas for the government for enhancing the participation of defense startups? From each of you, if you could just kindly, quickly, just give, say, two points, or even one point, whatever.
Okay, so although there are many points, but two points I would say the first important point is government has to do is constant development of pipeline of business opportunities for the startups, whether it is from through defense, from private sector or from defense, public sectors. There are constant pipeline of opportunities or project opportunities. That is one thing government has to look upon. Second, I would say government as well as industry has to see see on the dual use technologies, because let's say, for example, a drone can be used in defense, a drone can be used in civilian use. You can use it in health, you can use in logistics, mining, many others. So they also have to promote this, how you can identify those product services where you can, make it less risk-free and also generate, different avenues of profit.
Yeah, at the end of it, in fact, we can take these points in writing from all of them, and maybe we can circulate. Yeah, please, ma'am.
Sir, I have just precisely 2 points. First of all is, if someone can get hold of those chunks of knowledge which are falling like twice a year from our armed forces, like she said, they did not have a clue. I can give you hundreds of clues. Just sitting over here, and you don't even need a senior person. I think they can give you 1,000 clues. And second is, if there can be more hand-holding. I know sir is saying that there's a lot of subsidization, but I have been in the pool, so I know how they bite.
I think if I have a wish list, and top of my wish list is because now we've moved on from early stage startup to now we are scaling up. So we already made 1,000 drones and now we are going to 3,000, 5,000 drones. So I think the big pain point that we are facing now is certification, and that's quite complex. So I would like help, guidance, and I mean that's my top on my wish list. And so that's actually a very big point that.
In fact, this has been the point in the previous sessions also. Certification is one issue which needs to be addressed perhaps on a war footing.
And not for namesake though, sir, because certification जैसे C certified equipment बाहर से आते हैं, C means it's like people trust that. Something like that kind of certifications. I mean, I can only speak for drones for India. कि ऐसा होना चाहिए कि आप लगाए तो सब countries बोले कि हाँ ये अच्छा है, and it includes everything, electronics, body, So,
Yeah, some just closing points, because we will cover IDEX in detail, because a lot of questions: what does IDEX do? Does it subsidize? Is it supposed to provide funds or whatever it is? We'll cover, and we have a detailed presentation, and we'll take your questions later. But just to put in perspective, because I think the idea behind IDEX is basically a bridge which connects the armed forces with the startup ecosystem. That is taking the problem statement of the armed forces and taking it to the startup ecosystem and finding solution, and thereafter we contract. So it is basically, it's a platform, it's a network which connects two worlds, which were earlier not that easy, or we have removed that entry barrier. So we are just a network platform. It's not it's not a funding house that you have an innovation and why is IDEX not funding? So that should be understood clearly. Yes, we part subsidize your innovation, we part de-risk your innovation. There is other services which we provide. That is, I think ma'am has already brought out. What all we do: hand holding, helping you during the testing, certification, and taking you through the procurement channel. Now, what we could do, and even the questions was, there are hundreds of startups waiting in the wings. They don't know how to get in. So we are scaling up fast. Basically, when IDEX was set up, we are also a startup in that sense. So we are also work in progress. I think this was set up in 2018, and then we started off. So we are putting our house in order, or the guidelines, or the processes. So when we were set up, this scheme was launched by the Prime Minister. The target was 300 startups. We are now scaling up. We are almost reaching that point as of now, and we have to scale up to 2,000 in the next couple of years. So we are scaling up. Third is the technology part. Certain technology which we have not covered, we are into cutting edge technology for the services or the security institutions.
I'll interrupt you here because of your absolutely run short of time.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we are launching DevSpace for that only. A new set of
one more thing is, in your next session, when you're talking about IDEX, kindly do cover about the 50% that you're talking about in kind. how knowledge also could be brought in, but not now.
Those
Can
specific
we-
things we'll cover. So specific, I know there are a lot of questions. We'll cover in our presentation later.
Great, great, great. Mondosa, please.
So, if I could, I'll just make one point. Doctrinal clarity. A lot of these things that we see examples abroad, there is a lot of, first of all, there is a national strategy, then there is doctrinal clarity from each customer about exactly how they want to go about fighting in the future. Then you can target your research, your innovations, etc., in those specific areas. So currently, we've seen the whole flux in public about, is there going to be an aircraft carrier or not? I have individually, personally, some very innovative ideas for aircraft landing technologies, which can have very phenomenal multiplier benefits on the design of the aircraft. Can I interest any investor in this? Because the question he asked me in return is, but does India even want an aircraft carrier in the future? Similarly with swarming, all the UAV, EPs, etc., which have been put out, there are none for swarming. So do we really want swarming or not? That doctrinal clarity has to come in. You can find examples like this in many technologies. Agniveers are coming in. Do we want specific technologies which enhance quality of their work with limited training? Because they're going to transition from long period training to concentrated limited training. Do we want specific technology tools to enable them to achieve the same standards as the legacy, well-trained manpower, as we call it, well-trained in inverted commas? That doctrinal clarity would go a very, very long way. Currently, our technology plans are a big mishmash. There is a line item, aircraft carrier quantity 1, and there is a full paragraph on 36-ton bilge pump. So I'm not sure it gives us any roadmap for where to focus our energy.
I understood. In fact, just 4 questions, and there have been so many takeaways from here. And I had, in fact, another, I think, 4 more questions. Just because of paucity of time, we have to end here. Thanks a lot. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
What a tremendous session it was, truly. Can I please request Dr. Verma to kindly take over stage for the felicitation for a token of gratitude, mementos. Can we have the mementos, please? Let's have a group photo as well. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we all give them a big hands, everyone? Before we move further, we need to felicitate Airbus. For that matter, can I please request the presence of Emmanuel Algeri, Mustafa Al-Baba, Walid Lahod. Can we have these 3 gentlemen here on the stage? एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Can we all give them a big hands coming from Airbus? Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind presence. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so now is the time when we move forward to the very last session of the day, and this is basically this is the last panel discussion which is going to happen, and this panel discussion has the theme as reimaging cybersecurity in the age of cyber warfare, and the people who are going to be here on this stage is Shri Gaurav Diwan, Associate Research Director. Avsant, he'll be going to be the moderator actually. Can we have you here on the stage, please? Also, would love to have the presence of Dr. Parvez Hayat, former Director General of Police, Jharkhand Police. Can we have you as well? We are also going to have the presence of Colonel Amit Kumar, Indian Army. Can we have you here? Also, we would love to have the presence of Shri Kanishk Gaur, founder, India Future Foundation. Can we have you all here? Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a big hands, everybody? Now going to hand over the mic to Shri Gaurav Diwan.
Yeah, hi everyone. So earlier this year, I heard our Honorable Prime Minister calling out cybersecurity is integral to our national security. So I couldn't agree more. So what we are saying is that cyberspace has permeated into these systems. The frontiers have moved from our national borders into our country, into our doorsteps. So having said that, both the enterprises and the individuals are equal at risk. Earlier in these sessions, we heard Dr. Ajay Kumar calling out how various digital technologies are being used to transform the defense sector. So we saw examples coming from various panels and earlier speakers, uh, how technology is immensely being used, be it underwater or space domain, or for that matter, unmanned vehicle systems, swarm drones, and many other examples which we heard earlier in the day. Having said that, the use of digital technologies, be it cloud, AI, IoT, mobility, yes, they have transformed the defense sector, but at the same time, they have also expanded the risk parameter. So what we're seeing is in today's world, with the interconnected and in the interdependent systems, the networks, the web portals, the devices which are being used to enable the data, all are at constant risk. So with this, let me kickstart the panel discussion, which is about how cybersecurity, reimagining cybersecurity in the age of cyber warfare. So let me start off with the first question. And it takes me a lot of pride as I speak out is that, India over the years, in last few years, have surpassed many of the wealthy nations when it comes to digitalization of society, digitalization of citizen services. But again, having said that, it comes with certain risk as it involves use of digital technologies, right? Like I mentioned earlier. So what I want to like to understand from the panelists over here is what are the variety of threats that you are detecting from a cyber warfare standpoint? Maybe Dr. Pervez, you want to get started?
Thank you very much. As we all know, more and more digitization, like after the COVID, the new normal has become what we call this online education, and digitization of education, digitization of the all enterprises, private sector, and also in the government sector. But sadly, like when we also talk about the smart city, the concepts and the attributes, we'll find that the more and more digitizations and heavy deployment of ICT towers, heavy deployment of the sensors make the entire system very vulnerable, so and more challenging. And as we see that when I was working the Power Grid Corporation of India in 2012, how the hackers succeeded in entering into the systems of the grid, the national, we have one nation, one grid. So sadly this threats are many. Either it is a private sector, and as we know that this hacker, and their skill and the hacking as a profession, has crisscrossed intangible borders of crime and expertise, maybe in the government sector, the private sector. So presently this cyber crime in the globally, it has the creating the losses of $6 trillion, and also so the threats are how do we make a system, how do we have a strategy in either in the private sectors or in the government sector, whatever system we have, processes we have to first do the vulnerability audit, identify the vulnerability and undertake the vulnerability audit, and then make these systems, whatever processes you would take and layers of security you create. At the same time, definitely we know that technology is so upgraded that if we say that we know and we can teach internet, is wrong. Rather, internet says that no, you cannot teach. We are the big teachers, because every day what we learn today, or you develop something new innovation, by tomorrow there will be some other changes in the world. So the greatest challenges the world is facing is how to deal with the hacking issues, which is causing the tremendous loss in the system. So make the processes and system resilient, so that even if there is a threat, the system should be able to recover it in the shortest span of time. That's what I want to say.
Mr. Kanishk, you want to throw some light, as you've been part of a lot of strategy making with the government, with MHA. So what kind of variety of threats you have been helping solve?
So I think if you look at from a cyber threat landscape, there are primarily four kinds of activists which are working. One is script kiddies, people who are doing it for money, for fame, and these could be youngsters who have just learned some amount of hacking. The second is the organized hacking groups, where we hear of Jamtara. We've heard of Jamtara, the Netflix series, but there are more of Jamtaras which are happening today. We see that organized crime is happening from West Bengal, from Assam. Now, this is getting more sophisticated today because we receive so many messages on WhatsApp where your electricity supply is going to get cut, or an Amazon voucher. Now, that's becoming more organized. And recently we saw that a bunch of Indian IT professionals were hijacked and they were taken to Thailand and forced to undertake cybercrime, promote crypto. So that's next level of cybercrime which is coming. Then you have the hacking groups such as Anonymous, which shiny hunters, which are paid by countries to hack into systems. We recently saw what happened at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. The hacking of, we saw what happened in Oil India Limited. So those are some of the organized hacking groups which do work for bounty, for ransom. And then you have APTs, advanced persistent threats, which are created by armies of countries. We know that the People's Liberation Army today has more than 10,000 professionals, both government and private, dedicated for cyber warfare. And that's another dimension of warfare which is coming in. And if you look at Russia and Ukraine conflict, there is a comprehensive cyber army which is created by the Russian army and KGB, whose job is primarily to support the armed forces of Russia on the ground. So when they tried, launching an attack on Ukraine, they first set up hacking attempts on data centers. Then they launched missiles on data centers, right? So those are there. So today the warfare paradigm has changed, and cyber has become a very, very important element which needs to be taken into account. So today we have to look at from a lens where you don't have to wait for a war to happen. In a hybrid warfare environment, information warfare, disinformation, fake news is an activity which is continuously ongoing. It is not just about launching cyber attacks. It's also about penetrating enemy systems and keeping a close watch on them, and at the same time defending your own systems from any kind of sabotage, hacking attempts, or any kind of intelligence failure which happens because of breaches and leak. That's very important. Thank you.
Absolutely, I totally agree. Instead of taking a reactive approach, one should take a proactive approach. And something which you called out, that how the group of hackers are mushrooming every second day And on a lighter note, I was reading one article that within India, there are so many research, these cyber hackers which have come up. And now when in the people are looking for grooms, they prefer somebody with cybersecurity background. They believe that their career is safe and secure. So, maybe Colonel Amit, you want to throw some light on this?
Yeah. Jai Hind, everyone. I'm Colonel Amit. What learned friend has brought out, all the points. I will just add as a soldier's perspective, what a soldier thinks and what is the importance of this cyber warfare as a one sepoy to a battalion commander or a div commander, formation commander. You know, what is cyber warfare? What we look at. Whenever there is a net or network, it's open in the air. You know, it's open in the air. And when it's everything is in the air, that is, you know, that can be compromised at any time with technologies, whatever is coming, and the manners we are having a hackers and courses, everything, YouTube channels and all channels, they are providing all stuff to any youth to, you know, it can be by individual, it can be by actor, state actor, or anyone. What we have to think like a devil. If I have to defend myself, ourselves, we have to put certain technology which can protect us, and for that there are numerous things which needs to happen. Firstly, we need to bring out this all structure of technology and all to a, it should be understood to a layman person. He should know that what is going to happen. Now, you may be aware about this Jawaharlal Nehru port, where there was a cyber attack, and then banks, CDA site where the officers' details were there, and then they again reorganized everything. So these type of things which we are facing as a devil, first we see that these are the things. If I am going to attack, carry out the cyber warfare, and I have to attack anyone like Russia and Ukraine, Taiwan has just given a technical sanction to them. The semiconductor is now off. They are not providing machine what we are using, what all components which are there, what all equipment, whatever parts we are taking from the other side or from wherever, they can be stopped at any time. Now we have to first become, that is why the Prime Minister has gone on a very good scheme of our self-reliance. Why? Because if we have our own strategy, our own setup, then there will be no problem. I know what equipment I'm using, and these equipment which are based on the technology. As a layman, I'm telling you, if it is based on the technology and it cannot be destructed or destroyed by some other way. You are being given not many parts, like China is supplying your mobiles. We have got all mobiles coming from other sides. Samsung, all the companies, they can, anytime they can be compromised. And whatever we are having, I even also don't know whether they are having all the information or not. There's a chip, they may be not be a chip. So we are not that, technically techie savvy. So these are the problems which need to be countered. And for that, firstly, we need to have and building up, like we're doing the Deftech. Now we are calling everyone. We are telling them to please come and show what you can do for the country. And accordingly, on the basis of that, if we have our own setup, then it is the first thing wherein all the equipment and what all which needs to be required for the warfare, and we have our own, then we can say that yes, we have developed and now we can counter them. So these are the things which I feel after taking a lesson. First is the education. People needs to know what is this. Right. Even every soldier, each soldier should know how he can be compromised. What all machines we are using. These machines are coming from outside. So we are already on threat. Anything can happen at any time. You never know if some big attacks is going on. What all data we are carrying at field, JNK, they have got a GPS, they have got all the positioning system, navigation, everything. They can even turn the missile. We are firing a missile. Something happens in air, we are not aware, and then missile coming back to us. So that can we cannot rule out such possibilities. These possibilities are to be there, and we have to be have to have something so that we can counter such things.
Right. So no, absolutely. So that takes me to the next question. So as you said that everything can be compromised, everything is at risk. So but that should not stop India to progress when it comes to taking digital strides, working on digital initiatives. So talking about it, so now India is at the cusp of launching 5G IoT-related applications in the market. So now, what's in your opinion should be done to safeguard such digital initiatives, uh, to safeguard cyberspace activities against enemies and non-state actors who are already constantly exploiting vulnerabilities? Dr. Pawis?
Thank you very much. You know, lot of things can be talked about the present this cyber threat. I will tell you one example, a fresh, just a week back, that there was in the BTech student of Jamia Millia University. So he was doing something, some kind of trying to reach some website of some company, and that was the MNC company. They reported to the police. The police came in, but they couldn't find much because their training is miserably poor, sadly. And after a week, another tech company, I think they were trying to breach there. They approach the guy. He says, the police has examined me. Why have you come? Then he says, look, what are you doing? Is finally, okay, take this card. The day you complete education, you come and your package will be not less than 2 lakhs a month. What is happening in the many private investigating companies are, they are also creating some kind of a luring these people, these hackers, and they're hiring them. So that is a safe country. This is a time that you have something called cyber dome in Kerala, where there is the blend of private sectors, technologies, and the government. But the government has the limitation because whatever people we are hiring, they are a government official, and we do not send them to, because technology is getting upgraded. So it is a high time that we have to have the hybrid technology where the top government official, and also at the national level, there is a talk of the Prime Minister of India to have the National Cyber Security Training Institute, where we will keep hiring people from all over the world, wherever you get the best hand, so that all these people across the globe who are dealing with the investigation, they get the right training, and because the training gets upgradable. So we have to have a very vulnerability. I talk about vulnerability assessment and have a resilient structure to avoid with the future threat. Thank you.
Ganesh, you want to add some points?
Yes, I think getting talent on cyber is very important area. And so far, we have seen there are less number of universities. Obviously, we have got National Forensic University in Gujarat. But the kind of talent pool which is required to take care of cybercrime definitely needs more government university and public-private partnerships. Kerala Police Cyber Dome is a great start point. We work with Kerala Police Cyber Dome at India Future Foundation. In fact, we have signed a MOU. We also see BESIL is playing an active role today in terms of increasing the competence in cyber from a defense perspective. But we need more other police forces to set up cyber forensic labs, set up more institutions so that police can be trained. Within the MOD, Ministry of Defense, if we can have more colleges focused on cyber training. So we've got our soldiers, our officers who undergo training. So as part of the National Defense Academy at Khadakwasla, I don't think so we teach cyber today, right? What we teach is basics, but can our future officers be ready to take on cyber in case there is a cyber conflict, or can they be trained on new elements? That's missing. If we go to the Indian Military Academy in Dehradun, or we go to the OTA in Chennai, you require people. We just having a single unit in Mau, which is teaching signal, electronic warfare, is not going to be there. In fact, there is only one cyber range which is there in Mau today to train people on cyber. There are no cyber ranges to teach on simulation. We do wargaming exercises, in Rajasthan. What about cyber wargaming exercises? How are we doing that? Those are elements which are missing today. So the infrastructure also has to be built up apart from the people competence, and that what will help us to build up our competence in cyber. There are enough cybersecurity startups in the Indian ecosystems. The IDEX challenge, it has been working on other areas, but as far as cyber is concerned, I haven't seen even a single startup within the cybersecurity space being funded by IDEX for any problem which the defense industry faces. So those are some of the elements where more work needs to happen. We are heavily dependent on American, Israeli, French companies to help us on cyber problems. If we have to fight this cyber war, we need to have Indian startups working with Ministry of Defense or with the police. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes me to the next question. So, in the light of Russia-Ukraine war, something Colonel K.B. Kuber touched upon, and of course it came up in other discussions as well. Should India not evaluate the function of technology sanctions and their impact on technology supply chain? Colonel Amit, you want to throw some light on
Yeah,
that?
I'll learn. We have learned from that Russia and Ukraine war that conventional war in this era cannot be ruled out. It will not be, it will be there. Massive destruction for massive destruction or destroying the, their industries or whatever. Okay. No, don't worry. I'll take off. These are pressure tactics. We are prepared for that, sir. So that's what I'm telling. From Russia and Ukraine, we have learned that Taiwan has given a sanction. When the sanction was given, technical sanction. When we speak about the technical sanction, as I've already brought out, that technical sanction means you give them a machine, but the components and parts controlled with us. So accordingly, the same thing, if we are developing, we are doing two things. One is we are becoming self-reliant. Second thing is, whatever, if that be the state, what state is USA and they are developing everything, Russia, if we go to that stage and we match with them, then yes, we can also do the same thing what they are doing. Big countries, big nations, they are doing the same thing. They are just giving, okay, we are giving you missiles, but how to control the main components, we will not give you. And we know nothing to be, in the open forum, I can't brought out. But yes, I cannot bring out. But yes, what you were saying that NDA and IMA and these MAU, that is a very good suggestion. And that should be, worked out, work out, because that will give a lot of benefit to the others also. In case a course or something should be there at every stage, so that can be we can work out on that.
Dr. Parvez?
Thank you very much. Let's just to conclude this, what I wanted to say that we in the internet, the word of interconnectedness, we cannot work in the silos. The government and the private sector, they have to work together. And whenever the policies are made, like just see the policies, the internet came in India in 1995. After that, even the cyber IT law has been just 2 decades old. But how the cyber laws, policies are evolving even across the globe. So we have to keep pace with those legal framework which is being developed across the globe, and where also we are lacking. So there is a need to have a very robust policy, the legal framework to deal with this, but to have the hybrid model. We are sadly in India, there is a lot of bureaucratization. Whenever we are making any policy, we hardly contact the brain and expert in the private sector. So we feel that for the last couple of years, the Ministry of Home Affairs and the IT Ministry, they have been fighting who will head this National Technology Training Institute in Bangalore. So that is also, there is the need of the hour to the kind of challenges we have at that too in the 5G. When technology is coming up, we'll be more and more vulnerable, and it is time that we must have some national center which the help of the private sector and experts, so that our people who are working in the cyber investigation cell, they get international training. They are skilled. They get training, and time and again they are invited to upgrade their skill, which is not taking place. The common man goes to the cyber cell and they do not know what to do, how to go about. And when there is a policy issue, just see presently so many cyber fraud is taking place because earlier when you used to go to open a bank account, you need somebody, one person to attest that was holding a bank account. Now anybody can go and make an online open the bank. Recently, when the cyber security cell in Delhi, they was investigating some Nigerian cyber hackers and fraud. They stood all the bank account were found to be fake. All the fake, So same thing I'm telling you day before, and one police officer came from the service. Says he made a call to me. He says it is a Niger, it is a number from Egypt. So anybody can get access to, one can make, any hacker can make 10 calls from one instrument, from the, you will get 10 different number. So there is a time to look into the national perspective, that we have to have there's some kind of a national center of excellence, IT, for having a training. All the people, either the private sector, the public sector, all the security agencies, because the common people are at risk and they don't have any solution. So let's hope that it comes through as early as possible. Why I talked about the cyber dome model. That is kind of a setup, has to be replicated all over the India, all over the country. Thank you.
And so I'll just add on this. Bible says cyber warfare: command, control, communication, and intelligence. Either you destroy or I destroy. Whoever is first will be the winner. That's the one thing.
Kanish, any final thoughts?
See, a lot of cybercrime is happening from countries like Nigeria, but we also have to look at how do we create more laws where you get support. We've got uh, platforms like MLAT. MLAT is just not enough. You need to have more cyber MOUs to fight cybercrime, because cybercrime can happen from other countries. Unless we don't have relationships with them, we can't go back and trace. The issue which sir was talking, there was a major case of impersonation which was coming from Nigeria, but we require support from Nigerian government. Now, under which law we want to get them? Do we go the Interpol route? We use MLAT. We need to have our cyber MOUs signed with other countries. We recently signed a ransomware partnership which included 37 countries. But for cybercrime, it's going to be a big issue because through your WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, you will get tremendous amount of messages where people will send you phishing links and your systems will get compromised. So for tracing them back, at the same time, the competence of police needs to be improved in terms of tracing cybercrime. It requires two state police to work together. Everything comes to MHA, but the police are not competent enough to go and investigate a case. They don't have the right equipment, the technology. Whosoever learns gets posted out after some point of time, and they have nothing to do with cybersecurity. That's another issue. So the Cyberdome concept, what we have, is going to be very, very important. And training of police for specifically on cyber, if that could be supported by Bureau for Police and Research and Development, that will be a great starting point. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, everyone. With the paucity of time, let me conclude
Thank
here.
you. Literally, this conversation is never ending thing. But yeah, we have came to an end of this particular panel. I would be requesting Dr. Rakesh Sharma to kindly come to the stage for the felicitation, for the mementos. ताली बजाने में बहुत ही कंजूसी हो रही है. Thank you. Can we have the mementos? Let's have a group photo as well. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Can we all give them a big hands, everybody? Or this is going to be the very last session, which is going to be an expert talk, having theme as Mission Dev Space Key Challenges from Service, which will be taken by Lieutenant Colonel Sanjay Kumar Mahala, Program Director, IDEX Government of India. Can we have you here on the stage, sir? Would also be requesting you, sir, to keep it a little short and crisp. Sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are ending this summit with two important future domains, cyber and space warfare. It's glad to be in front of you all and also the people who are online. I am Colonel Sanjay Kumar Mehla, a veteran with 20 years experience. I've served in Defense Satellite Control Center and done defense operations, space operations, as well as I have been part of Directorate General of Information Systems and handling Taxi 3I projects. Presently, I am Program Director at IDEX. With this as intro, let's go to the agenda, please. You are all aware, India is the third largest defense spender, and we are consuming about 2.15 budget of our GDP in defense budget. Maximum equipment is ex-import. Now, everybody was saying we should be Atmanirbhar. So how do we achieve this Atmanirbhar or self-sufficiency in hardware technology and for the military? We require a mean of incorporating innovations in our defense procurement process. We can purchase equipment off shelf. However, innovations can't be purchased the way we are procuring the other systems. So we need to have a means of process where innovations can be procured in the system. In the recent years, Government of India has many initiatives and schemes. Atmanirbhar, Startup India, Atal Innovation Mission. These are to encourage innovations and entrepreneurship in the commercial ecosystem, Indian ecosystem. Taking the cue from this, IDEX was raised in 2018, and Ministry of Defense through IDEX aims in creating an ecosystem for defense innovation, to foster innovation and technology development in the sectors of aerospace and defense. By engaging industry, MSMEs, startups, individual innovators, R&D institutes, and academia. IDEX is being funded by Defense Innovation Organization, and it's a not-for-profit company. It functions under it's the executive arm of DIO and functions under the guidance and policies of DIO. We provide startups and innovators grants and support in technology and R&D for the projects which can be used for defense purposes once they are prototyped. IDEX is a bridge between, as it was brought out by Captain Joseph, is a bridge between the services and the startups. However, we need to fasten this process and we need catalysts. These catalysts are the incubators. IDEX has MOU with, or in fact, DIO has an MOU with 19 or more incubators, which we call them IDEX partner incubators. These partner incubators mentor entrepreneurs, startups, MSMEs to create, deploy, and commercialize technologies and products which can be used in future by defense forces. Space, as was being talked about, is the final frontier of warfare. It is a critical component and for the nation's offensive as well as defense. The future of future warfares could be fought in space. your communications, your satellites could be harmed and the complete system get standstill. Hence, space is very important. Ministry of Defense, in order to stay ahead of this cutting-edge technology and promote innovations in this field, has initiated Mission Dev Space, and the same was launched in our Defense Expo by the Honorable Prime Minister. I'll play a small video which was used for the Defense Expo.
Minister Shri Narendra Modi's resolve for Atmanirbharta has led to India's significant strides towards defense self-sufficiency and created technology-enabled robust ecosystem for defense manufacturing. Innovations for Defense Excellence, IDEX, has brought a revolutionary transformation in bringing innovation to defense.
पहले हम सिर्फ लैंड, सी और स्काई तक ही अपने डिफेंस की कल्पना। अब ये दायरा स्पेस यानी अंतरिक्ष की तरफ बढ़ रहा है।
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi is launching Mission Dev Space with Defense Space Challenges. As a celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 challenges providing a holistic overview of space are being launched. Space is the final frontier of warfare and a critical component of the next generation national offense and defense. Mission Dev Space aims to encourage technology development in space for defense applications by startups and young entrepreneurs via defense space challenges. These technologies with dual-use applications will accelerate all-round development of India while safeguarding our national interests. These challenges are categorized into existing Ministry of Defense initiatives of IDEX, Make 1 and Make 2, inviting innovators to apply.
As a celebration to Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we have launched 75 challenges in consultation with the services who had given the problem statements. These proposed challenges have been categorized in the various schemes of Department of Defense production. It could be IDEX, DISC, IDEX Prime, Make 1 and Make 2. There are 35 challenges in IDEX, 23 in IDEX DISC and 12 in Prime. The basic difference between them is, as it was also brought out earlier, IDEX DISC has a funding of 1.5 CR and IDEX Prime a funding of 10 CR max. Obviously, the matching contribution have to be from the innovators. These challenges have been classified into 5 buckets, that is the rocket launch pad, the satellite, the communication and payload, the ground system and the software. Applicants showing capabilities, intent and promise to be able to produce functional prototypes or to prototype existing technologies will be awarded these grants on merit. The last date of applying for these is 19th December. Also, it was brought out that a lot of technologies are not known or the problem statement is not there. We have an open challenge wherein any innovator who feels that he is able to solve this problem or he is able to have this innovation can apply on these open challenges on our website. That's all, gentlemen. I think it's too late. I'll thank you everyone for kind hearing.
Thank you, everyone. Special thanks to the people who have stayed till now. लेकिन मैं आपको तजुर्बा ये बता दूं कि क्लास में जो बैक बेंचर होते हैं वही जिंदगी में सक्सेसफुल होते हैं और जो लास्ट तक रुकते हैं फंक्शन में वही देश के लिए काम कर सकते हैं बढ़िया। ये एक टेस्ट है क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में हम लोग टेस्ट करते रहते हैं, तो जो लोग बचे हैं दे आर द रियल हीरोज and the real gems. So clap for you. It is a great honor to have all of you. I thank everybody. I was the face of this event, but ultimately a lot of people have worked very hard to make it successful. If anything is missing, it's my fault. And if it is a success, it is just because of them. This is life. You keep on moving. ये हमको वी हैव टू फोकस ऑन क्रिएटिंग थिंग्स। ये हॉल हमने नहीं बनाया, लेकिन हम आज इसका इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, किसी ने बनाया होगा। इसलिए ज़िंदगी में बनाना ज़रूरी है। आप जाएंगे तो उसका इस्तेमाल लोग करते रहेंगे। जिस हॉस्पिटल में हम पैदा हुए वो हमने नहीं बनाया, जिस रोड पे चल रहे हैं वो हम नहीं बनाएंगे, लेकिन हमको बना के जाना है। दैट हैज़ टू बी द स्पिरिट। एंड थैंक्स एवरीबडी। जय हिंद।
All right, so thank you so very much for being so patient, such a nice audience. It was glad hosting for all of you, the people who are virtually connected. Thank you so much for being there. Everybody, thank you so much. Have a tea or a cup of coffee. I hope I was good. I was a good host. Thank you so much. With this, I, Varsha Singh, would be signing off for the evening. Thank you. Also thanking all the partners of ours, be it Click, be it Startup Odisha, Aruveto. Also, I would be more than happy to thank India Future Foundation, Felix Advisory, and Alliance Mantra. Thank you so very much.